Chapter 21. Han Xiao did not intend to become a rogue. After defecting from the germinal organization, he would no longer enjoy free resources. The growth of a mechanic was very costly. Many of the equipment, materials, and parts were expensive. Funding and resources were a big problem. Although there was freedom in the wilderness, resources were scarce. Furthermore, he was still too weak. Before he could grow, he would need the protection of a powerful force. If the germinal organization were to lock onto his position in the wild, they would not hesitate to attack him. They might even throw down a heat-seeking missile array and bombard the entire area. He would not even be able to escape. The germinal organization did not use this method to deal with him previously because Han Xiao was in Stardragon territory. The missiles would be intercepted, and it would not be worth it to expose the organization's other bases in Stardragon. Another reason was that their leader did not use any means to deal with him. Han Xiao chose to join the Six Nations because, apart from the germinal organization, only the Six Nations had the advancement knowledge. For the sake of his advancement mission, joining the Six Nations was a must. The most important thing was to find a place to stay in the Western capital. The moment Han Xiao decided to come to the Western capital, he had already thought of a goal. It was a hidden storyline. In his previous life, he had only found out about it from other people's information. Now that there were no competitors, Han Xiao could get it first. In front of him was a shop with an open door. It looked like an auto repair shop. The shop did not have a name, and the sign was a wrench. It was only to let passers-by know that it was a mechanical repair shop. The shop was hidden in an inconspicuous alley, with walls on both sides. The alley was about 200 meters away from the shop. If one did not walk in, they would think that it was a dead end. In my previous life, this opportunity did not belong to me. I can't miss it this time. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Although the shop did not look impressive, it hid a rare and unique opportunity for a mechanic in the early stages. There was a chess table in front of the shop. Two white-haired old men sat opposite each other, one tall and one short. The short old man had stubble on his face, and his long hair was wild and free. One look and one would know that he was an artist. The other one was a tall old man. His short grey hair was neatly combed, not a hair out of place. He sat upright like a pine tree, concentrating on the chessboard. The most obvious thing was that his left sleeve was empty. He was a disabled person. The two old men glanced at Han Xiao and continued to play chess. Their expressions were serious, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Han Xiao glanced at the screen and was slightly surprised. Wow, they are playing Go. Black and white entanglement, the game is very intense. The tall old man is playing a big dragon, while the short old man is chasing and intercepting. Both sides are playing Go like antelopes hanging their horns, killing each other. It is very dangerous. He took a closer look. F***ck, it was Gamoku. What a waste of your expressions. Do you want to fix something? A pleasant female voice sounded. A woman came out of the shop in a hurry. Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Her skin was white, with a healthy rosy glow. She was about 1.65 meters tall. Her appearance was not stunning, but it was very pleasing to the eye. Her eyebrows were gentle, and her smile was kind. She looked like a big sister next door. She was about 24 or 25 years old, the most beautiful age for a woman. A towel was draped over her slender white neck, and a black hairpin was used to hold her hair up. Her upper body was a simple black elastic vest, and she wore a pair of denim shorts, revealing her straight white legs. Her forehead was glistening with sweat, and she held a wrench in her hand. It seemed that she was working just now. Young perverts look at the face and chest, experienced perverts look at the legs and waist, and experienced perverts look at the temperament. Of course, there was also a group of people who were like teddy bears. They were hungry and did not care about the gender. As the saying goes, a 20-year-old woman is like a cherry, beautiful but not tasty. A 30-year-old woman is like a grape, beautiful but tasty. Han Xiao always thought that a woman in her 20s to 30s was the most beautiful age. As for a 40-year-old woman, she is like a pineapple, tasty but not beautiful. What, you want to ask a 50-year-old woman? Hey, a 50-year-old woman is like a tomato, and you think you are a fruit. Excuse me, are you recruiting apprentices? The woman's eyes suddenly lit up, which made Han Xiao feel a chill. To describe her eyes elegantly, it was like a person who had been hungry for 3 days and saw a table of Manchu Han imperial feast, or a person who had been trekking in the desert for 10 days and saw an oasis. To describe it in layman terms, it was like a puppy seeing poop, or a baby seeing its grandmother. Come in and sit, don't catch a cold. The woman hurriedly pulled Han Xiao's arm and pulled him into the shop, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Looking up at the scorching noon sun, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Does catching a cold mean heatstroke in your dialect?" The architectural style of the repair shop was mainly white, yellow, and black. It was divided into 2 floors. The first floor was the workshop. Several load-bearing pillars separated the space and divided it into 3 work areas. There were several lathe workbenches with a complete set of mechanical tools, such as grinding wheels, cutting tools, drills, welding guns, and so on. The workbenches were scratched and looked like they had been there for a long time. There were several multi-story iron frames by the wall, piled with many mechanical parts and metals. It was like a hardware store. Walking inside, there was a black metal hollow staircase leading to the 2nd floor, which was probably the living room. My name is Lu Qian, the owner of this repair shop. You can call me Sister Qian. Lu Qian said generously. Sister Qian. Han Xiao did not care about the name and said, I want to be an apprentice here. I don't know what requirements there are. Tell me about your situation. Lu Qian smiled warmly. Her first impression of Han Xiao was quite good. She quite liked the look in Han Xiao's eyes. His decadent dead fish eyes made him look like a dispirited youth with no fighting spirit. His salary requirements were definitely not high. Han Xiao, 21 years old. I am from another city and know some basic mechanical skills. You can call me Technician Han. Technician Han? Lu Qian felt that this name was weird. From another city? You're not a student of the West Capital Academy? The universal knowledge that Blue Star had obtained included the basic training of supers. The West Capital Academy was the official academy of Star Dragon, and the students who studied there were all geniuses selected from the country. It systematically taught pugilist, mechanic, and esper knowledge. Outstanding graduates could even directly take on important positions in the government. It was the country's talent reserve. However, only 1 in 10,000 people could become a super. Even with a comprehensive training program, the percentage was still very low. I only learned some basic mechanical theory. Han Xiao was a humble, low-key person who remembered the 8 honors and 8 disgraces. What a pity. Lu Qian felt a little regretful. Then, she realized that this was a little disrespectful and hurriedly explained, Sorry, that's not what I meant. It's fine. I have to check. Although I need an assistant, if your skills are not up to par, I won't hire you. It was reasonable, so Han Xiao naturally did not have any objections. Lu Qian took out a faulty electrical appliance and was about to let Han Xiao fix it. At this time, the short old man who was playing chess at the door suddenly said, Kid, why are you applying for an apprenticeship? Lu Qian was puzzled. Grandpa's question was weird. Of course, she was looking for a job. Han Xiao turned around and looked at Lu Qian's grandfather, Old Man Lu, and said, I just want to find a job. Old Man Lu snorted, pushed the chessboard away, got up, and walked over. I am the owner of this shop. I will only allow you to stay if you pass my test. The tall old man, who was about to play 5 white chess pieces in a row, said helplessly, Hey, you're cheating again. I have something to do. Old Man Lu's face was not red. Chapter 22. Star Dragon Strategic Defense Bureau, Division 13 for short. Han Xiaoxin's mind raced. Old Man Lu was the core character of the hidden quest, and also the target of Han Xiao's trip. Meeting the tall old man was a pure coincidence. Han Xiao knew that he could hide his identity from others, but he could not hide it from the tall old man. His original plan was to anonymously deliver the information to the germinal organization, show his goodwill, and then reveal himself when the time was right. However, his plan could not keep up with the changes, and he had to make adjustments. His sudden contact with the higher-ups of Division 13 had put him in a passive position. However, Han Xiao was not depressed. If the situation changed, he would think of a new way to deal with it. Since anonymity was no longer a viable option, he might as well reveal his identity and show his worth. Then, Division 13 would come knocking on his door personally. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Han Xiao and Star Dragon had a potential basis for cooperation. Fortunately, he was already in the city. Division 13 would be wary of destroying the city, so he had to be careful. If his identity was exposed at the sentry post, he would be surrounded by the military and killed. Changing his plan was not necessarily a bad thing. Old Man Jiao was a respected figure. As long as he could gain a little bit of trust from him, his plan would be halfway to success. While thinking of a way to strike up a conversation, Han Xiao asked, "What test?" Old Man Lu looked around but could not find a problem. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He pointed at the tall old man's broken arm and said, "You have to make a prosthetic for him. Only then will you pass the test." "What do you mean by me?" Old Man Jiao was stunned. However, when he saw Old Man Lu winking at him, he understood that Old Man Lu was trying to make things difficult for Han Xiao. "Grandpa, you're too much. Why are you so harsh? What if you scare him away? You've been drinking and playing chess every day. How long has it been since you took care of the shop? Can't I find an assistant?" Lu Qian was indignant. Old Man Lu ignored his granddaughter and looked straight at Han Xiao, waiting for his answer. Han Xiao had a strange look on his face. He emphasized, "Are you sure you want me to make a prosthetic that this old man is satisfied with? If you can't accept it, then leave." "I accept." Han Xiao agreed with a smile. The bionic prosthetic limb blueprints that he had obtained before were still gathering dust in the interface. Old Man Lu's request was a perfect match for him, and he could also build a relationship with Old Man Jiao. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he had a feeling that his bloodline had been a little European lately. He had a feeling that something was watching him these days. "You only have 3 hours. I don't have the time to wait for you for a day or two." Old Man Lu snorted. "Grandfather." Lu Qian was furious. She wanted to make a prosthetic limb, but first she had to measure the size of the tall old man's arm, then draw a blueprint, and finally make the finished product. Just the drawing alone would take a few hours. Even if the lathe could simplify the manufacturing process, it would still take at least 2 hours. This meant that Han Xiao didn't have any time to think. Moreover, the final product had to be approved by the old man. This was simply too difficult. Even designers weren't treated this badly. However, Old Man Lu was the head of the family, and Lu Qian's protests were useless. Han Xiao didn't have much of a reaction. He took out a measuring tape and asked, "Can I?" The tall old man generously took off his jacket and gestured that he could measure the arm as he pleased. While Han Xiao was measuring, the tall old man was also observing Han Xiao. Despite being made difficult by Old Man Lu, Han Xiao didn't seem unhappy at all. Instead, he seemed to be very confident. "I just don't know why the Germinal organization put a bounty on him." As soon as the tall old man saw Han Xiao, he knew who he was. The Germinal organization's bounty had caused a huge uproar in the underground world. Almost every intelligence agency had memorized Zero's appearance. The tall old man was in charge of such matters, so he naturally knew. Seeing Han Xiao with a bounty on his head swaggering into the city, the tall old man knew that there was a corrupt officer stationed at the outpost. He really had to find a chance to clean up the internal ranks. What was Han Xiao's purpose in coming to the Western capital? Was he a threat? These were all questions that the tall old man was concerned about. At present, Han Xiao's behavior seemed normal, so the tall old man continued to observe. Old Man Lu was different from him. Old Man Lu had walked the line between life and death when he was young, so he was very experienced. He could tell that Han Xiao was tainted with a murderous aura, so he deliberately made things difficult for him. He didn't want Han Xiao to stay in the shop for fear of attracting trouble. However, Old Man Lu hadn't been involved in the underground world for a long time, so he didn't know that Han Xiao was the Germinal organization's bounty target. Old Man Lu's requirements are really harsh. He put the choice in my hands, so he wants me to help him." The tall old man and Old Man Lu glanced at each other. Han Xiao finished measuring quickly. Lu Qian was not happy with her grandfather's behavior, so she enthusiastically helped him. "Come, tell us your idea. We can draw the blueprint together. It'll save us a lot of time." Unexpectedly, Han Xiao declined her help and smiled. "There's no need to draw, I already have a complete idea." Lu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's only been 2 minutes, and you already have an idea? Altair must have been blown to the heavens by you." Old Man Lu sneered. Even a mechanical expert like him couldn't come up with a complete blueprint in 2 minutes, so how could this kid do it? T. Han Xiao didn't explain further. He quickly wrote down the list of materials and equipment that he needed. Lu Qian was the shop manager, so she could find the materials much faster than him. Lu Qian quickly prepared all the materials. She was very dissatisfied with Old Man Lu's behavior, so she tried her best to help Han Xiao. However, she didn't have much hope. Lu Qian didn't believe that Han Xiao could complete such a strict requirement. Han Xiao picked out the materials and started to work. Raw materials of various shapes and sizes gradually became what Han Xiao wanted them to look like under the workmanship of the stamper, cutting wheels, and other equipment. The main material he used was a commonly used aluminum alloy. It was light, strong, and easy to shape. Some of the rivets, screws, and chains were ready, which saved him a lot of time. Basic machinery affinity gave Han Xiao an extraordinary perception of metal components. When he touched the metal, he could vaguely feel the impatience of the material that was about to be polished. This feeling was fleeting, as if it was just an illusion. Machinery affinity was the core ability of the mechanic class. It affected all aspects of a mechanic's use of equipment and manufacturing. Basic machinery affinity increased the quality and manufacturing speed of machinery by 1% every level. The best bionic prosthetics could collect electrical signals. The wearer only needed to think, and the electrical signals from the brain would be able to control the arm. It was no different from a real arm. Dongbing's metal arm was an enhanced version of this, but it required surgery to establish a nerve connection with the body. It required the basic electromagnetic theory and nerve connection of the mechanic class. If this technology was improved further, it would become the technology of prosthetics. It could even replace the limbs other than the brain with machinery, turning them into mechanical soldiers. This method was equivalent to walking on the path of mechanical life. A mechanical body would not be able to produce energy, so they could only continuously search for stronger machinery to upgrade their own modules and strengthen themselves with external forces. The only advantage was that their lifespan was extremely long, and they did not have to worry about hunger or thirst. However, a mind that had lost its senses would be easily influenced by the whispers of the soul in the universe, and it would be subtly brainwashed by certain organizations or powerful beings, losing its sense of self. Unless one programmed their own thoughts and set up a logic loop to become immune to the mind, they would lose their freedom of thought and become an artificial intelligence that followed the program. The advanced civilizations usually used this method to create cannon fodder, and almost no players would choose this development path. The weaker bionic prosthetics could use voice control, but there was also a prerequisite, which was the basic sound branch of the mechanic class. Mechanical technology was closely linked to one another. Using different knowledge to create the same object, there were endless possibilities. Mechanical knowledge was like a big tree, and the higher one went, the more branches there would be. Han Xiao took a step back and moved the principle of the lightweight mechanical arm to the bionic prosthetics. With mechanical power as the core, he weakened the power and used batteries as the energy source to prevent it from polluting the environment like the lightweight mechanical arm. The transmission of force was completed by the traction cables between the bones of the prosthetics. They acted like tendons, following the movements of the wearer's broken limb to complete the coordination. Chapter 23. As the parts were quickly polished by various equipment, assembled, and welded together, everyone could see that this was the prototype of a prosthetic limb. What was even more surprising was that Han Xiao did not create any extra parts from the beginning to the end. He did not waste any time, which proved that he really came up with a draft within 2 minutes. "Oh my God, is he really going to make it?" Old Man Lu murmured. Lu Qian glared at him. Grandpa was up to no good. Noticing everyone's surprise, Han Xiao almost laughed out loud. The blueprints were ready-made. Even if he wanted to lose, it would be a piece of cake. "You have created bionic prosthetic left arm, mechanical type, and gained 2000 EXP. It took Han Xiao 2 hours and 33 minutes to create a metallic prosthetic skeleton. Everyone in the room was an expert. The shape of the prosthetic skeleton was very suitable for human dynamics. It was powered by sophisticated parts, chains, and a large battery. It looked brand new. Everyone was shocked. It was really done. Lu Qian covered her mouth as her eyes flashed with disbelief. A thought surfaced in her mind. What a treasure! As long as you cover the skeleton with a layer of silicone skin, it will look real, Han Xiao explained. Stop talking nonsense. Just try it. Old Man Lu swallowed his saliva. Although Han Xiao had indeed surprised him, the initiative was still in the hands of his old friend. He was confident that he could chase Han Xiao away. The tall old man had no choice but to pick up the artificial limb and take a look at it. He immediately fell in love with it. As soon as he connected the broken limb, he realized that it was very soft to the touch. It was not like other artificial limbs that were rubbing against his skin like a sponge, but it was very tight. The tall old man did not want to wear artificial limbs in the past because they hindered his movement. However, the artificial limb that Han Xiao made did not have this limitation at all. It even gave him the illusion that his arm was still there when he moved it. With the support of the cable, he could use the artificial limb to perform simple arm movements without any effort. Perfect. That was the only word that could express how Old Man Jiao felt at the moment. What do you think? Will this work? Old Man Lu calmly drank his wine. Everything was under his control. It was time for him to show off his skills. Lu Qian looked at the tall old man nervously. She was afraid that he would say no. The tall old man was in a dilemma. On one hand, it was a friend's request, and on the other hand, it was his personal feelings. Which was more important? There was no need to consider this question at all. This thing is not bad. I'm very satisfied. Old Man Lu spat out a mouthful of wine. He choked and coughed as he glared at manager Gao. What happened to being teammates? You're not playing by the rules. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Han Xiao was not surprised at all. The tall old man nodded. I'll remember this favor. Old Man Lu was stunned. Weren't these materials from my family? If you want to talk about favors, it should be my favor. Have you asked me for permission to present you with borrowed flowers? Does that mean I can stay? Han Xiao smiled faintly. Old Man Lu's face alternated between green and red. He could only pinch his nose and admit defeat. He turned around and went upstairs. Out of sight, out of mind, and out of mind, he left behind an indignant sentence. "PH, if you want to stay, then stay. I'll see how long you can stay." Lu Qian was excited. She waved her little fist in the air. The tall old man smiled at Han Xiao, waved his hand, and left. He walked out of the alley and got into a black bulletproof car that had been waiting for him for a long time. The driver respectfully handed over an encrypted phone. The tall old man dialed a number. His aura changed completely. He was a completely different person from the calm old man from before. He said in a deep voice, "The Germinal organization has placed a bounty on Zero's head. His coordinates are. Tell the intelligence department to keep a close eye on him. I've had brief contact with the target. I suggest you test him gently. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use force." Traitors of the Germinal organization had always been highly sought after by the Six Nations in order to obtain information about the organization. Unfortunately, the traitors in the past were all small fries, and Han Xiao was the only traitor that the Germinal organization had put a bounty on. Perhaps Han Xiao held some very important information. Therefore, the tall old man decided to test him carefully. Han Xiao retracted his gaze. His performance should have made the tall old man feel that he was not a threat. It was a good foundation for them to interact. There were 3 benefits to coming to the repair shop. First, Old Man Lu had a complete collection of mechanic class knowledge, which saved him the time of searching for class knowledge. Second, the repair shop could be used as a hiding place to avoid being hunted down by the Germinal organization. The Germinal organization had spies in all of the 6 nations, but this repair shop was one of the few locations that the Germinal organization did not know. Even if the enemy really chased after them, even if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Conservatively speaking, Old Man Lu's combat strength was enough to beat up the current Hyla. Although Old Man Lu looked like a sloppy old thug, in reality, he was hiding a strong combat strength. He was one of the few Grade D supers on planet Aquamarine. In the novice planets of version 1.0, the strongest person was at most Grade C, which was enough to be considered a tyrant. Even in the galaxy, he could be considered a backbone. There was a famous theory behind the mechanic class that said, if the endurance of a normal person is the limit of a machine, then more than 90% of inventions will be limited. Only a strong individual can use stronger machines. As they grew, the restrictions on the use of machines became stricter. Some of the stronger machines could only be used by mechanics, and the other 4 classes could not use them. The mechanic class did not always fight with huge guns and huge cannons while wearing mechanical suits. High-level mechanics used different machines as the core of their battle tactics, and they could create many different battle modes, such as assault, control, assassination, defense, long-range, and so on. There were many possibilities for robot armies, launchers with firepower coverage, mechanical suit warriors, mechanical pugilists with high-tech cold weapons in close combat, virtual illusions, fortress deployment, and even modifying themselves into mechanical bodies. There were many possibilities. In the official information given by Galaxy, the introduction of mechanics was as follows: proficient in using mechanical weapons in battle, with the ability to assemble at high speed, excellent all-rounder. The most important term was high-speed assembly. After learning high-density material compression technology and elementary spatial technology, mechanics could fold huge weapons into metal pieces the size of a finger and carry them around with them. When triggered in battle, they could instantly expand and return to their original state. Energy was the energy reservoir of the Esper class, the attack power of the Pugilist class, the magic source of the Mage class, and the psychic energy reactor of the Psychic class. The energy of the Mechanic class was, of course, not just for decoration. When one's energy reached a certain level, it could replace the use of hands, lathes, and equipment, creating new machines from scratch at high speed in battle. As long as there was not a lack of raw materials, a mechanic's weapons would be endless. Of course, the prerequisite was to learn instant disassembly and assembly, and some other class knowledge. Because the inventory of the players was real weight, only the mechanic class, the mage class, and the extremely rare space Esper class could achieve the effect of a space bag. The third benefit was the most important. The repair shop was related to a hidden storyline, and they could obtain a few early blueprints of the mechanic class. Old Man Lu would leave the repair shop in the future and leave behind a password-protected box containing blueprints that he had studied for many years. He asked Lu Qian to pass it to her father, Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was a rogue warlord, and Old Man Lu had always had a bad relationship with his son. In Han Xiao's previous life, a mechanic player had run dozens of complex missions before finally obtaining the password to open the box. After that, he had spent a lot of effort to gather the materials. After completing the creation, the rewards were immediate. His combat power soared, and he became the king of the PK field. His record was 38 consecutive wins. Even when 3 players of the same level fought him together, they were still beaten. Those blueprints were the early-stage mechanic class artifacts, and Han Xiao did not even need to do the complex missions. He knew the password from the start. The hidden storyline was a competitive mission. Although only one person could complete it, the other players would also know the password after completing the missions. Later on, someone posted a post on the forums, and that was how Han Xiao learned about it. Old Man Lu left the password-protected box after the open beta, and Han Xiao took advantage of the fact that he was close to Old Man Lu. For the sake of those artifacts, it was worth it. I'll tell you about the treatment of apprentices. The monthly salary is 1,000, and the meals and accommodation are included. There's an empty room on the second floor, and your normal job is to perform mechanical maintenance and complete customer orders. Is that okay? Lu Qian looked at Han Xiao anxiously. She had seen Han Xiao's capabilities and was worried that such a salary would anger him. However, she did not have any extra money. I can accept. Lu Qian was overjoyed and immediately liked him. The second floor was a full living room with a living room, bathroom, kitchen, and a few bedrooms. Lu Qian brought Han Xiao to his bedroom. There was a wooden bed without a mattress, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a small workbench. This is your room. Lu Qian handed the key to the room to Han Xiao and enthusiastically helped him to clean the room. 1,000 was not even enough for a month's food. Lu Qian could not be more satisfied with Han Xiao. Where else could she find such good labor at such a low price? This kid is probably stupid. I have to treat him well and not let him run away. Chapter 24. Lu Qian cleaned the room and left. Lying on the bed, Han Xiao closed his eyes comfortably and relaxed his body. Now, all he had to do was wait for Division 13 to come knocking on his door. I'm still not strong enough. Han Xiao was very clear that if he wanted to deal with the Germinal organization, he would need to rely on his own strength. Furthermore, if he wanted to impress Division 13, he also needed strength. Currently, there were no opportunities for him to do missions or fight monsters, so he only needed to do technical work. Manufacturing machinery required money, so he had to go out and find some extra income. There were many opportunities in the Western capital, and he still had a long way to go before he could turn them into his own strength. There was a classic song that was sung well, Zhonggua Lao, his hooves facing the west, carrying Monkshaw, following the Calabash brothers on the Western Paradise, traveling for tens of thousands of miles. There was still half a year before the open beta. Before that, he had to be prepared. After tidying up the room, Han Xiao returned to the first floor. Lu Qian was working in front of the lathe, repairing a certain household appliance. Her round butt was wrapped in hot pants, revealing a pair of long, white legs. He could not help but take a few more glances. Lu Qian wiped her sweat with a towel and said, "The orders are in the drawer." The repair shop was not very busy, and most of the orders were backlogged. Han Xiao randomly chose an easy one and started working in front of the lathe. He worked until 7 at night, and the shop closed for the day. Lu Qian had changed into a long white dress and casual wear. She had undone her hair, and her long black hair fell over her shoulders. She looked even more warm and gentle, just like an older sister. There were traces of mending on her dress, and it was obvious that she was not very well off. Han Xiao could not help but guess that Lu Qian wore skimpy clothes when she was working because she wanted to save on fabric. Old man Lu only appeared when it was time for dinner. He had been locked in his room the whole day. Time for dinner. Old man Lu, with his long hair, did not look like someone who did housework. Lu Qian took care of all the food. Han Xiao picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. It was fatty but not greasy, and the aroma overflowed. Delicious, right? Lu Qian smiled. Han Xiao did not have time to answer. His mouth did not stop at all. This is what I call food. What have I been eating for the past 6 months? There's still a lot. Eat slowly. Lu Qian was very happy that her culinary skills were recognized and kept putting food on his plate. After eating for a while, old man Lu suddenly asked, "What's your background?" Han Xiao paused in his action of picking up the food. "I'm just an ordinary person. How can you fool me with such a clumsy lie? Brat, tell me the truth." Old man Lu sneered as he stroked his bald head and combed his long hair. He looked like a hairy egg. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "What if I don't tell you?" "You don't want to tell me?" Old man Lu raised his voice and flicked his hair. It was earth-shattering. He displayed the willfulness of a heavy metal band's guitarist, as well as the heroism of a non-stop toast. A large wave of loneliness and sadness drifted toward Han Xiao. What a dangerous motherland. Snow drifts for thousands of miles. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and with a quick turn of his body, He jumped 5 meters away and crossed his arms in a blocking stance, waiting for the attack. Old Man Lu squinted his eyes. Good kung fu. Could it be the legendary 4-old Black Goose ballet footwork? You're knowledgeable. Mph, that's all there is to it. I still have a move called 3,000 feet of white dust. Those who touch it will die and those who touch it will lose their soul. Do you dare to take this move? Old Man Lu twirled his long hair with 2 fingers. It was as if he was holding a weapon. He had the bearing of a great master. There's such a powerful kung fu in this world. Han Xiao's expression changed. My realm is not something you can understand. Old Man Lu snorted. Lu Qian smiled amiably. A black cloud of lightning and thunder condensed behind her. It was like the Dharma form of heaven and earth. She tapped the table with her chopsticks and said indifferently, "Sit down and eat." The two returned to their original seats in the blink of an eye. Their faces were calm as if nothing had happened. The western capital was vast. It was divided into 8 districts and 3 satellite cities, which were all connected by military railways. District 1 was the central area of the city. All the government buildings were located there, and no citizens were allowed to enter. Although the Germinal Organization was their common enemy, the 6 nations were also in a competitive relationship. No one had absolute allies, and assassinations of the higher-ups of each nation had never stopped. Although on the surface, the Germinal Organization and other supercriminals were blamed for the assassinations, the intelligence agencies of each nation knew that at least 70% of the assassinations were caused by other nations. The intelligence agencies of each country, the Germinal Organization, rogue warlords, arms traffickers, intelligence traffickers, supervillains, assassins, hackers, and so on formed the underworld of this planet. The Dragon Horn Tower was the core of Stardragon's government. It was where the highest officials worked. In theory, the outer walls of the Dragon Horn Tower could withstand intercontinental missiles. Therefore, the bigwigs of Stardragon did not have to worry about a missile hitting them in the middle of a meeting. Below the Dragon Horn Tower was the headquarters of the Secret Department. Dragon Horn Tower, underground. The elevator went up to an unmarked floor. Stardragon's Strategic Defense Department headquarters. Dozens of huge black screens hung on the wall, and a huge amount of data flashed across them. The sound of typing on keyboards was continuous. Countless intelligence personnel came and went, bustling about like gears in a machine, maintaining the operations of this intelligence agency known as Division 13. Countless pieces of information, big and small, were gathered here to be processed before being sent to the department they were supposed to be sent to. Division 13 was the eyes and ears of Stardragon, the sharp knife hidden in the sleeves. Reporting, Zero's whereabouts have been determined. A quiet secretary wearing glasses knocked on the door of the Minister of Intelligence's office in a hurry. She saw the Minister of Intelligence sitting behind the desk with a serious face, with water stains on the corner of his mouth. He said in a deep voice, "Speak. Chief, were you slacking off just now?" The secretary narrowed her eyes. "Shut up." The chief glared at her. "Get to the point." Zero is currently hiding in a mechanical repair shop in District 7. The chief put his chair back and pondered for a while before turning around. The higher-ups want to have a gentle contact. You turned around just now to wipe your drool, right? I really regret giving you a promotion. The secretary pushed her glasses up, and a light flashed through her lenses. How do we implement this? Since Zero came to the Western capital alone, he is seeking protection. He has already shown his intention to cooperate. Prepare a backup plan. Implement informant protection procedures. Do not let the Germinal Organization's spies in the Western capital know of his existence. Let the hacker department intercept all information that mentions Zero's whereabouts. Do not let any information leak through the network. At the same time, send someone to secretly check if he is a spy sent by the Germinal Organization. Do not make any contact before you confirm. Chapter 25. Working in the repair shop was relaxing, so Han Xiao had a lot of extra time to do his own things. Klo Junkyard was the biggest junkyard in Division 7. The junkyard was piled up like a small hill, and all kinds of equipment were used to deal with it. This was the territory of Raccoon, the leader of the Grey Zone in Division 7. As long as there was law and civilization, there would be no way to avoid these kinds of grey people who would form cliques to take advantage of others. They were like shadows under the sun, not to mention in such a chaotic social environment. Although the West capital was the capital of Stardragon, there were many spies from other countries and forces lurking in this city. There were also many arms dealers, intelligence dealers, and darknet assassins operating in the dark. These kinds of shady forces were the local tyrants. Although they were quite well known in the West capital, they weren't really important. Han Xiao wore a mask and walked into the junkyard. He was stopped by a few fierce-looking men. "Kid, this is not a place you should be." A bald, brawny man blocked Han Xiao's path and sized him up with evil intentions. With Han Xiao's thin physique, he was as easy to bully as a sheep in their eyes. "I want to see Raccoon," Han Xiao said calmly. The group of workers laughed as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "We don't have time to play house with you. Go home and find your mother, or we will break your legs." The bald man waved the wrench in his hand and threatened. "So Raccoon let a small fry like you speak for him? What did you say?" The bald man was furious and grabbed Han Xiao's collar. Han Xiao stared at him and didn't say a word. He put his hand on the bald man's wrist and squeezed it gently. The bald man felt a sharp pain in his wrist and subconsciously let go of his hand. He looked at his wrist and was shocked to find that there were a few purple finger marks on it. "Friend, where are you from?" The bald man's face changed and became alert. At this time, the bald man suddenly tilted his head and listened to the mini earpiece hidden in his ear. He put away the hostility on his face and stepped aside. "The boss wants to see you." He followed Wu Ku to a rest stop inside the junkyard. A thin man was sitting on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. He was holding a glass of red wine with 2 fingers. Just by looking at his appearance, it was hard to imagine that he was Raccoon, the boss of Division 7. Raccoon said casually, "I heard that you want to see me. What's your name?" "Technician Han." Han Xiao said casually. Raccoon sneered. "If I think you are wasting my time, you should know what will happen to you." It had been a long time since a stranger had dared to approach him for a collaboration, and it was a young man who was still wet behind the ears. Out of curiosity, he wanted to meet Han Xiao. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and suddenly reached out his hand. Like a phantom, he swept past the bald man's waist. Before Raccoon could see clearly, there was already a pistol in his hand. The bald man was aghast. He hurriedly touched the back of his waist and found that the hidden gun had been taken away. The lackeys behind Raccoon immediately pulled out their guns and aimed at Han Xiao nervously. "What is the meaning of this?" The Raccoon paused and his heart was beating like a drum. He was very clear about the strength of the bald man. He was his right-hand man and could easily defeat 10 people. However, he could not keep up with the movements of this young man. Where did this person come from? Han Xiao's fingers moved like a Rubik's cube. The gun was like a withered flower. In the blink of an eye, it turned into parts and scattered on the ground. Firearms are the products of big organizations. I can help you save the cost. All I need is a small reward. Raccoon was moved. This kid in front of him knew how to make guns. Firearms were the hard currency of the gray area. The price of firearms in the black market was very expensive. It was a complete rip-off. Knowing how to use a gun and knowing how to make guns were 2 different concepts. Mechanics who knew how to make guns were very popular. A local organization like Raccoon could not attract mechanics who knew how to make guns. Now that a proper mechanic came to him, Raccoon felt that this was an opportunity. "How do you want to cooperate?" "I'll make a list later. You provide your own materials and parts. I'll be responsible for the manufacturing and assembly. I'll come here every morning to work for 2 hours. The manual fee is 1,500 per handgun. Also, I want to take away the mechanical trash that I like." Han Xiao had studied the firearms of the Germinal organization thoroughly. He could easily make basic firearms. Raccoon tried to bargain. "The materials are all mine. I can only give you 1,000. Han Xiao turned and left without another word. Raccoon panicked. He only wanted to test Han Xiao's bottom line. He did not expect such a big reaction. No, we'll go with your price, he said hurriedly. A handgun in the black market cost 3,000 to 4,000. Han Xiao's manual fee was still within Raccoon's acceptable range. You prepare the lathe and the materials. I'll come over tomorrow. I'll go get some mechanical trash first. Han Xiao knew that a skilled mechanic would have a lot of power in this kind of negotiation. Furthermore, Raccoon did not know his identity and combat ability. Raccoon's eyes darkened. He signaled for the bald man to follow and monitor him. He did not mind letting Han Xiao have a taste of his own medicine. After all, the junkyard was his territory. He had plenty of ways to deal with liars. Han Xiao picked up a lot of usable parts and left the junkyard. He realized that there was a tail following him. He knew what Raccoon was thinking. Raccoon wanted to know his identity and address. After leaving the junkyard, Han Xiao quickly took a few detours to get rid of his stalker. This way, Division 13 will also know my abilities as a mechanic. Han Xiao thought to himself. With Division 13's intelligence network, it would be easy for them to find out that he was working for Raccoon. This was also a way for him to show off his strength. At the same time, he also needed an opportunity to build machinery. Although mechanics were weak in the early stages, they had their pros and cons compared to combat professions. Mechanics were more favored by factions. They could earn contribution points very quickly. As for why he chose Raccoon, there was no other reason other than the fact that it was close enough to save him time. After returning to the mechanic shop, Han Xiao was questioned by Lu Qian. He had already thought of an excuse. He pointed at the big bag of parts he had brought back. I went to the junkyard to get some goods. Junkyard? That place is not safe. Don't go there in the future. Lu Qian did not think too much about it. As long as it did not affect the order, she did not care about Han Xiao's free time. She had a natural fondness for people who did not have high demands for their salary. Han Xiao put down the parts and focused on the interface. He still had a lot of potential points that he had not used yet. It was just enough for him to finish learning the remaining 2 basic knowledges of the armed branch. The maintenance shop had a complete set of basic knowledge for mechanics. There were few places more suitable for the early stages of a mechanic than the maintenance shop. The knowledge books were all from Old Man Lu's private collection. Han Xiao went to ask Old Man Lu for the books, but he was unsurprisingly rejected. I want to read the mechanical knowledge books. Go away. There are no books for you to read. Don't be so stingy. Just treat it as funding an outstanding youth to nurture potential employees. Your skin is thicker than I thought, but it's useless. I just don't want to show it to you. What can you do? This was a good question. What could Han Xiao do? The next day, when Lu Qian handed the stolen books to Han Xiao, Old Man Lu was so angry that he beat his chest and stomped his feet. Why do I have such an ungrateful granddaughter? Lu Qian also had the key to his room, so it was obviously impossible for him to take it back. Old Man Lu was so angry that his teeth were itching. Just you wait. This old man will get his revenge sooner or later and kick you out. Basic weaponry and basic material encyclopedia were the last 2 basic class knowledges of the armed branch. Han Xiao's level 20 promotion mission was to learn 1 class advancement knowledge. The prerequisite was that he had to learn 5 basic knowledges of the same branch. The player's promotion missions were not fixed. His level 20 promotion mission was the most difficult. On the novice planets, promotion knowledges were very rare. Han Xiao's promotion mission was difficult even for a player's level 40 promotion mission. A normal level 20 player might not even be able to learn all the basic knowledges of a single branch. The unluckiest ones might not even be able to unlock their main class. The repair shop did not have any advanced knowledge, so Han Xiao could only learn the basic knowledge first. However, Han Xiao was already very satisfied. Searching for knowledge books was a headache for all players. Some level 40 and 50 players had not even learned all the basic knowledge, but the repair shop had the complete set of basic knowledge for the mechanic class. This was even worse than being ahead at the starting line. Han Xiao was already standing at the finish line. According to the Treaty of Contact between Universal Civilizations, 7th revision, between the three universal forces in the Sea of Stars, if an intelligent species is discovered, no one is allowed to interfere with the development of a low-level civilization by means of war, genetic means, pheromones, and other 127 means. Therefore, Blue Star did not obtain advanced technological knowledge from the galactic forces. Promotion knowledges were already the peak, and they were strictly controlled by the large forces and treated as secrets. Consume 1 potential point to learn, basic weaponry. Consume 1 potential point to learn, basic material encyclopedia. Chapter 26. Basic weaponry, included basic firearms and cold weapons manufacturing knowledge. It reduced the number of times required to master basic firearms blueprints and increased the efficiency of weapon manufacturing. Basic Materials Encyclopedia was the core knowledge of the weaponry branch. The basic attributes of mechanical equipment were determined by the raw materials used. The new generation of raw materials could even revolutionize the technology and improve the overall quality of mechanical equipment. Many synthetic materials were prerequisites for high-level machinery. You have learned 5 basic knowledge of the weaponry branch. You have learned the skills, basic refining, and overload. You have learned the blueprint, robot, ranger. Basic refining allowed him to refine materials and increase the grade of materials. Skills with the word basic or simple were usually the basic core skills of a class. After reaching the advanced level, molecular refining could directly change the properties of materials. Materials were also graded like equipment. The higher the quality, the higher the value. Even materials of the same quality had different grades. For example, a common raw material, iron rock, cost 13 aquamarine per pound, while iron rock, which was refined into iron rock, cost 45 aquamarine per pound. Materials also had their own characteristics. For example, metals that were suitable for energy transmission were not suitable for making armor. Overload, active skill. Consumes energy. Increases the power of machinery by 30 to 50% for a short period of time. Greatly reduces durability. For example, the lightweight mechanical arm that Han Xiao had once used. Once overload was used, its attack and defense would increase by 30 to 50%. With his 120 energy points, he could only use it for about 10 seconds. Finally, I've learned an active skill. Han Xiao was excited. There were very few active skills in the early stages of the mechanic class. If only he had one when he was escaping from the Germinal organization, he would not have had such a hard time escaping. Robot, Ranger, was one of the easiest blueprints to obtain in the early stages. It was a low-tech multi-purpose robot that could be equipped with various equipment and machinery. It could be used for combat, exploration, defense, support, and even self-destruct. A high level of versatility meant that there were not many key points. Han Xiao knew that the logistics teams of many guilds used the support type of ranger for exploration and mining. Some of the blueprints for mechanics had already existed, while others had not. The situation was different on every planet. 2 potential points for so many skills. What a bargain. Old Man Lu walked over and asked curiously, "You've been so excited since the beginning. What are you doing?" Han Xiao glanced at Old Man Lu and said, "Don't you think it's weird for you to be strolling around here? Disharmony? Why?" Old Man Lu lowered his head and looked at his beach shorts. He shook the bottle of wine in his hand and burped. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. Lu Qian put down the welding torch in her hand. Her face was flushed with sweat from the heat wave. She rolled her eyes through her protective glasses and said in a stiff tone, "It's working hours. Irrelevant people, please leave as far as possible. Stinky girl." Old Man Lu mumbled to himself as he downed a mouthful of wine. Then, he leisurely went out for a stroll. "Boss, do we fix things here?" As soon as Old Man Lu left, a middle-aged man came in. Han Xiao looked over and found that the middle-aged man was also looking at him. When their eyes met, the middle-aged man looked away. Han Xiao was slightly startled. He immediately lowered his gaze and noticed that the middle-aged man's footsteps were steady and powerful. He immediately understood something, but his expression did not change. There was an 80% chance that this person was an intelligence agent from Division 13 sent to test him. Lu Qian walked up to him with a polite smile on her face. "Hello, may I ask what you want to fix?" "My car broke down. It's at the intersection." The middle-aged man looked past Lu Qian and observed Han Xiao. "Okay, no problem." Lu Qian was about to leave with her toolbox when the middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Han Xiao and said, "I want that little brother to help me fix my car." Lu Qian was stunned and a little depressed. "Do I look bad? You're discriminating against women." "I'll do it." Han Xiao took the toolbox from Lu Qian, who was full of resentment. The two walked out of the alley and saw an old car parked at the side of the road. "This is the car." Han Xiao opened the hood of the car, took a look, and took out the repair tools from the toolbox to start the repair. The middle-aged man leaned against the car and pretended to be looking for a topic. "Young man, you're not that old, right?" "I'm 30. 30? Do you think I'm blind?" The middle-aged man almost choked. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Little brother, how should I address you?" Han Xiao didn't even raise his head. "Before you ask for someone's name, you have to show your sincerity." The middle-aged man had to say, "My name is Feng Jun, good name." Han Xiao's tone was calm. There was no hint of praise. Feng Jun was annoyed. Why did he sound like he was praising Lai Fu or Wang Tsai? Besides, what was so good about his name? "But you misunderstood me." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. "I just want a cigarette." Feng Jun's face was very stiff. He lit a cigarette for Han Xiao. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and buried his head in repairing the car. "You can call me Han Xiao." Feng Jun secretly remembered it and continued to probe. "Han Xiao, you're not from West City, right? Where are you from? It's fixed." Feng Jun's prepared words were swallowed in his stomach. His expression was constipated. "What the hell? My probing has only just begun. Do you have to be so good with your skills?" Han Xiao stretched out his hand with a blank face. "The hydraulic pipe is broken. I'll give you 60. Pay up." "Of course I know it's the hydraulic pipe. I did it myself." Feng Jun took out his wallet and took out the money as slowly as possible. It was as if his wallet was a bottomless pit. He wanted to delay and ask a few more questions. "Your skills are really good. Where did you learn it?" "Self-taught." "Oh, that's amazing. Where are you from?" "Country bumpkin." Han Xiao saw Feng Jun taking out the money for a long time and raised his eyebrows. "Are you reminding me to give you a discount?" Feng Jun coughed and finally took out the money and handed it to Han Xiao. What else could he do? He couldn't just not pay. He didn't know if the organization would reimburse him. Han Xiao laughed. "This is the first time I've seen such an unfathomable wallet. I thought you would take half an hour." Feng Jun dared to swear to God that if he didn't have to complete the mission, he would lose if he stayed one more second. Han Xiao whistled, picked up the toolbox, and walked back the way he came. Feng Jun made a phone call with a depressed face. Preliminary observation result. The target is a mechanic. Unable to estimate the danger level for the time being. The conversation took 4 minutes and 38 seconds. We only know that the target calls himself Han Xiao. It is recommended to further probe and investigate. Do not have any conflicts with him. Analysis of the target's personality? Very bad. Chapter 27. The next 10 days were peaceful, and Han Xiao maintained his routine. He went to Crow's junkyard in the morning to make guns for the raccoon. Every day, he would be paid, and every day, he would be credited to his account. He would also find a lot of usable mechanical parts at the junkyard and use them to make ranger robots. Han Xiao would hide the completed parts in his room and weld them together when he was done. The rest of the time, he would stay in the repair shop to deal with orders. The intelligence agency had not given up on probing him, and every day, different intelligence agents would come in 2 or 3 batches. Lu Qian thought that her business was finally improving, and she was so happy that she would cook 5 dishes and a soup to reward Han Xiao every day. Sometimes, when Han Xiao walked past her, He would hear Lu Qian mumbling words like expansion and chain, which scared him so much that he would break out in cold sweat. He felt like he had given her an illusion. Sometimes, Old Man Lu would walk around Han Xiao, trying to figure out his origin from his assembling skills, but it was all in vain. Han Xiao was completely self-taught, and his skills were untraceable. Old Man Jiao often came to compete with Old Man Lu in chess. To be honest, Han Xiao did not see the point of competing with Gomoku at all. He would often chat with Han Xiao, and Han Xiao was happy to do so. Slowly, Old Man Gao's impression of him improved. In the technical work of the mechanic class, manufacturing was the most rewarding, followed by strengthening, then repairing, and finally assembling. Since he did not have the opportunity to obtain any advanced knowledge, Han Xiao used the experience to level up the 3 skills that were closest to the max level: Basic Machinery Affinity LV3, Basic Combat LV8, and Basic Shooting LV6, to gain more potential points. Coincidentally, the requirement for Mechanic Novice was to learn Intermediate Machinery Affinity, and Basic Machinery Affinity had to reach the upper limit of LV5. Machinery Affinity was the core skill of the mechanic class, and it was the prerequisite for many blueprints and skills. Although his 15 potential points seemed like a lot, when it came to using them, they would be spent faster than water. He had a deep understanding of this. If he had not spent so many potential points in the past, he would not have had to spend tens of millions of annas, the universal currency, to buy the magic civilizations, Water of Oblivion. Instead, he would have been emptied by those profiteers and mags. At Crow's junkyard, Han Xiao operated the lathe and assembled a Type 73 Wasp pistol. Raccoon handed a stack of cash to Han Xiao. Han Xiao didn't count it and stuffed it into his pocket. "That's all for today. I'm leaving. It's all thanks to you. I don't need any more guns for the time being, but the promise is still valid. You can pick any of the mechanical garbage here." Raccoon put on a fake smile, implying that he wanted to temporarily stop working with Han Xiao. The number of weapons under his hands was saturated, but it was not the time to get rid of the donkey after it had left the millstone. He coveted Han Xiao's gun-making technology and imagined more than once how much profit he would make if he mastered this technology. Raccoon was very cautious. The first time they met, Han Xiao had easily snatched the gun away, so he did not dare to act rashly. In addition, Han Xiao was always able to shake off the stalkers, so Raccoon did not dare to use force. He was very curious about the real face of Han Xiao under the mask. "Up to you." Han Xiao knew that the extra money had come to an end. After a round of feigning civility, Han Xiao left the junkyard. After passing through a few streets and shaking off the stalkers as usual, he arrived at a large mechanical market. All kinds of metals and parts were sold here. Many mechanical students from the West Capital Academy also came here to buy. Han Xiao earned a total of 70,000 aquamarine dollars. He bought all the materials for the Ranger robot and also the materials for the lightweight mechanical arm. Money came and went quickly. After moving the materials back to the repair shop, Han Xiao closed the door and started to build the robot. A few days later, all the parts were completed. Han Xiao assembled the Ranger robot in his room. The robot was 1.2 meters tall, and its outer layer was welded with thin armor to protect the gears, precision parts, wires, and energy sources inside. Its upper body was humanoid, and its oval head was retracted into the torso. There was no neck, and a pair of mechanical eyes were equipped with a simple remote control and imaging system. The chip was a regular product, and its computing speed was average. There was a pair of mechanical arms on both sides of the torso, and the elbows and shoulders were bearings that could rotate like a human's arms. The fingers were transformed into gun barrels, and the firing range was 170 degrees in front of the robot. The waist could rotate 90 degrees to the left and right, and the ribs were equipped with magazines. The bottom part of the robot was equipped with caterpillar tires. It was like a small tank. The system prompted him to name the robot. Han Xiao named it the First Generation Ranger. The First Generation Ranger, Caterpillar type, Robot quality, Gray basic attributes, 800 armor, 18 defense, 58 power level, 23 km/h max movement speed, 121-20 energy height, 18 meters weight, 143 pounds control method, remote control, electric signal transmission remote control range, 50 meters energy source, battle consumption, 8 energy minute core power output, 36/80 ownerite arm module, small caliber machine gun. Attack 35-40. Fire rate, 4s max fire rate, 7s, 10 seconds overload. Ammo capacity, 30+60, ammo chain. Output level, 40 left arm module, small caliber machine gun, as above. Additional ability, self-destruct, dealing 280 to 430 fire damage within 30 meters. Will be destroyed after use. Additional ability, metal, reduces all damage except armor piercing by 8%. Remarks, don't be fooled by its dumb appearance. It can hit you in the face at critical moments. Ranger was a general name for the models. There were many different types of robots based on their power system, weapon system, and control system. Most mechanical suits, robots, and large machines were named this way. The raw materials would affect the attributes of the product. The first-generation Ranger's main materials were steel alloys and AS resin, which were all common materials. If Han Xiao had used higher-grade steel and alloys, the first-generation Ranger's defense and armor would have been higher. The technologies in a machine were interconnected and influenced each other. Every part contained different technologies. If some parts could not be made by oneself, one could buy normal parts to replace them. As one's knowledge accumulated, the process of making a machine would become more flexible. Even the smallest screw could be made by oneself, and the final product would be stronger with each generation. For example, if one learned more advanced control chip technology or advanced energy sources, they would be able to change the remote control mode and power level of the robot. This was the charm of the mechanic class. Any robot, vehicle, or mechanical suit had a power limit. Installing new modules would increase the power load. The stronger the module, the higher the load. Thus, one could not add more parts without limit. Only by upgrading the energy source technology could one be upgraded. The energy source of the first-generation Ranger was ordinary batteries, which had low power. Only after learning the energy branch knowledge could one create their own energy source. After completing the first-generation Ranger, Han Xiao immediately received 24,000 EXP. Manufacturing gave the most EXP, which depended on the manufacturing cycle, the quality of the finished product, and the technology involved. You have built the lightweight mechanical arm, left. You have received 2,500 EXP. The new lightweight mechanical arm was still a left-handed equipment. The materials used this time were simpler than the first one, and the quality was one level lower. Lightweight mechanical arm, left, grade, gray basic attributes, 28 to 45 attack, 8 to 12 defense, 26 to 26 power level, 205 equipment requirement, 23 STR bonus attribute, -4 attack SPD length, 0, 51 m, elbow plus forearm plus palm, weight, 13. 5 pound bonus effect, plus 6 SDR judgment. His strongest ability now was close combat, and the lightweight mechanical arm was the most suitable weapon for him. The mechanic class learned martial arts, and it was called the mechanic martial style. Han Xiao did not plan to maintain this style forever. After all, the advantage of the mechanic style was long-range attacks. However, the mechanic martial style was one of the styles with the highest combat power in the early stages of the mechanic class, so it could be used as a transition. Han Xiao hid the mechanical arm in his room and returned to the first floor. A client was talking to Lu Qian, and he glanced at Han Xiao from time to time. This person was also an intelligence agent. In the past few days, all the intelligence agents pretending to be clients had been rejected by Han Xiao, so they changed their strategy and asked Lu Qian for information on Han Xiao. After sending the client away, Lu Qian had a strange expression on her face. "Why are there so many people asking me about you?" "Because I'm popular. But they're all men." Han Xiao's expression froze. "You've misunderstood. Don't worry, I won't discriminate against you." Lu Qian chuckled. No matter how he looked at it, Han Xiao felt that this smile was very strange. "You've definitely misunderstood." Suddenly, Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The system had a new notification. You have triggered the Grade E mission, Pursuit. Accept decline? Han Xiao was slightly stunned. How did I trigger this mission? Accept. Mission tip: some people have already set their eyes on your high bounty. In a place where you can't see, they are ready to make a move with hostility. On the other hand, some organizations are also waiting for your performance. What do you choose to do? Mission requirements: successfully escape the pursuit. Reward: 10,000 EXP special reward, 1 skill upgrade card, basic. It was obvious that some people had their eyes on his bounty. Han Xiao rolled his eyes at the some organizations in the mission hint. He did not need to guess to know that it was Division 13. Putting the two together, Han Xiao had a new guess. Perhaps Division 13 had deliberately leaked information about him to one of the pursuers to test his combat ability. If that was really the case, this group of people definitely had limited destructive power and were easy to control. Division 13 would not tolerate large-scale destruction in the nation's capital, so they would not easily leak information about him. The reward for a Grade E mission was nothing special, but the special reward made Han Xiao slightly more interested. The skill upgrade card could immediately increase the level of a skill by 1 level, which was very useful to him. The special reward corresponded to the hidden requirement of the mission. The clues were all hidden in the mission hint. Han Xiao believed that the hidden requirement of this mission was to kill all the pursuers. The enemy could appear at any time. It's best not to stay in the shop, Han Xiao thought. Since the pursuers were not strong, he did not want to rely on Old Man Lu's strength. After thinking for a while, a suitable battlefield popped up in his mind. Chapter 28. The junkyard was the raccoon's territory. If he could face the pursuers there, he might be able to solve the problem of the raccoon. Han Xiao put down his work and called out to Lu Qian. When she turned around, he said, "I want to take a day off." "Sure." Lu Qian blinked and suddenly asked, "Are you okay?" Han Xiao was stunned. "Why do you ask?" Lu Qian's mind was sharp. Han Xiao was usually lazy and unmotivated, and his pair of dead fish eyes looked as if he was always in a daze. However, the sudden change in his temperament just now was caught by Lu Qian. Lu Qian could not describe what she felt at that moment. It was as if the feeling that Han Xiao gave her suddenly became somewhat dangerous. "If there are any difficulties, I'll help you," Lu Qian said seriously. Han Xiao stared at Lu Qian's bright eyes for a long time. Lu Qian felt a little uncomfortable under his stare. She turned her face away and ran her fingers through her hair. "It's not polite to keep staring at me like that," she said jokingly. Han Xiao retracted his gaze and said, "I'm not coming back for dinner tonight." Lu Qian was a little disappointed. "I wanted to let you try my new dish, stewed pork ribs with pepper and pineapple with seaweed and coriander." Han Xiao shuddered. F***ck, what kind of dark cuisine is that? Han Xiao returned to his room and found a backpack to store the mechanical arm. He wrapped the Ranger in a dust-proof cloth and placed it on a trolley. He then headed to the junkyard. "Boss, is that kid the target?" A man wearing sunglasses quietly followed Han Xiao from behind. Every time Han Xiao turned around, he was able to use the surroundings, crowds, public phone booths, and newsstands to hide himself. He was obviously professionally trained. He wore a mini earpiece and communicated with his accomplice in an old car 2 streets away. There were 5 masked men in the car. They were the pursuers who had targeted Han Xiao. They were mercenaries and bounty hunters. Their codename was Hornet Sting Squad. They had completed several missions and had a good reputation on the dark web. They had accidentally discovered Han Xiao's whereabouts. The Stinger B squad realized that this was a great opportunity for them to take all the benefits for themselves. Money was secondary. If they could earn the recognition of the germinal organization, they would have found themselves a powerful backer. "That kid is worth $1 million. He looks like an ordinary person. There is no difficulty at all." The second in command of the team, the long-haired guy, curled his lips. His tone was 30% skeptical and 70% contemptuous. Captain Kelly was inspecting the guns. Hearing this, he said in a deep voice, "This is Stardragon's capital. We must act quickly and retreat immediately after killing the target." The target has set off. A black jeep without a license plate followed Han Xiao from afar. A Division 13 field team sat in the jeep. Captain Li Hui was the person in charge of this operation, and Feng Jun was the operation consultant. 8 field personnel were wearing full combat uniforms and were equipped with tranquilizers. Just as Han Xiao had expected, the Bee Stinger squad was indeed Division 13's last attempt at testing the waters with the help of others. The mission of this group of agents was to secretly observe Han Xiao's performance and, when necessary, intervene to eliminate the mercenaries and invite Han Xiao to the bureau as a guest. The Bee Stinger squad was a carefully selected chess piece with limited destructive power. Once they were used up, Division 13 would deal with the rest. Feng Jun changed the image and said, Han Xiao's route is to the Crow Junkyard in District 7. The Bee Stinger squad is following the target. If the battle takes place at the junkyard, the economic losses will be minimized. Division 13 knew all about Raccoon's power and backing. As long as they wanted to, they could make Raccoon disappear from the face of the earth. The National Intelligence Agency had the ability to do so. In the eyes of ordinary people, Raccoon was not someone to be trifled with. However, he was nothing compared to the National Intelligence Agency. The sun was setting in the west, gilding the skyscrapers of the western capital with a layer of gold. At the junkyard in Crow, Raccoon was surprised by Han Xiao's arrival. Usually, Han Xiao would arrive in the morning and leave punctually 2 hours in. What was up with him today? I'm here to look for some materials, Han Xiao said casually. Raccoon did not suspect anything and asked if he wanted to have a meal together. He thought that the taciturn technician Han would not agree, but he did not expect Han Xiao to agree immediately. It was as if he had been waiting for him to ask. Raccoon was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Han Xiao took off his mask, and Raccoon saw his face for the first time. He felt that he looked familiar, but he did not think too much about it. Although the Darknet had a bounty on Han Xiao, it was on another level. Normal people did not know much about his background. Raccoon's influence was limited to the small area in District 7 of the Western capital. He rarely logged on the Darknet, so he did not have a deep impression of the Germinal organization's bounty. It was like a police warrant. Most people would forget about it as soon as they saw it. Han Xiao wore a mask to keep his identity a secret, but it was no longer necessary. Division 13 would not let his identity be exposed. They would help him get rid of Raccoon. A banquet was set up at the junkyard's rest stop. The two sat down and chatted casually. How was the gun you made last time? Type 73 Wasp. It's a very good gun. Even the military uses it. Other arms dealers charge 6,000 to 7,000 for one gun. You saved me a lot of money. Raccoon's tone was very satisfied. He took out a cigar, cut open the end, lit it, and took a big puff. The quality of the weapons you made is far better than their second-hand goods. Han Xiao did not comment. Although the quality of the products on the production line was guaranteed, they could not take into account the subtle differences of each gun. These differences came from the subtle differences of the materials themselves. If a skilled machinist made a gun by hand, they could adjust and strengthen it to suit the details of each gun. It was more lively than the products on the production line. Experts who used guns often could understand this difference. If one had to describe it, it was like customizing a suit was more exquisite. Raccoon noticed the bulging backpack and trolley that Han Xiao always carried with him. He asked curiously, "What's in there?" "Some parts." Seeing that Han Xiao did not want to say more, Raccoon did not ask. After chatting for a while, the sky outside gradually darkened. The golden afterglow of the sky was gradually occupied by the gradually falling curtain of night. The border between dusk and night was gradually turning orange and blue. The sky was dyed a dim gray by the last ray of sunlight. Suddenly, a subordinate ran in and said, "Boss, someone wants to see you." "No, can't you see that I'm entertaining a distinguished guest?" Raccoon frowned. The subordinate hurriedly whispered a few words in his ear. Raccoon's eyes flashed. He looked at Han Xiao meaningfully and put on a smiling face. "Excuse me." After that, Raccoon got up and left the table. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Half an hour ago. Cousin, I came to the West Capital with great difficulty. I'm looking forward to you taking me to eat and drink well. You can't abandon me. Ma Jie followed behind a yellow-haired young man and kept talking. He came to the West Capital to seek shelter from his cousin, hoping to live a good life. However, his cousin did not seem to like him and sent him to work as a janitor. How could Ma Jie be satisfied? He pestered the yellow-haired young man and tried to play the family card. However, he did not dare to go too far. He was worried that his cousin would drive him away, so his attitude was very flattering. The yellow-haired young man was annoyed and scolded. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't call me cousin outside. Ma Jie smiled apologetically and said, it's my fault. I'll slap myself. Then, he slapped himself twice. Look at your cheap face. The yellow-haired young man looked at him with disdain. I only let you guard the door in my territory because you're my relative. Do you know how many wanderers eat moldy food? How can you be so picky? I'm going to deliver the supplies to a big shot. Don't follow me. A big shot. Ma Jie's eyes lit up. He asked shyly, who is it? The boss of District 7, my immediate superior, Mr. Raccoon. The yellow-haired young man saw the confused look on Ma Jie's face and said proudly, apart from District 1, there's a boss in each of the other 7 districts. He's in charge of the drug and sex trade. Think about it, how high is his position? While talking, the two arrived at the entrance of Klojunk Station. Ma Jie followed them shamelessly. The yellow-haired young man was about to explode again. Ma Jie did not dare to follow them anymore. He was about to leave when he suddenly saw Han Xiao being escorted by Raccoon. He was stunned. Isn't that the kid I met when I was smuggling? One of Raccoon's direct subordinates walked over and frowned. Don't stay here. The yellow-haired young man put on a submissive smile in the blink of an eye. It was as if he had suddenly become a head shorter. I'm also Raccoon's subordinate. I'm here to deliver the supplies. Ma Jie pointed at Han Xiao's back and asked, who's that guy? The yellow-haired young man wanted to slap Ma Jie a few times. Who are you to speak here? Raccoon's subordinate stopped the yellow-haired young man and answered, he's an important guest of the boss. An important guest of Raccoon? Ma Jie was startled. He immediately felt a surge of jealousy and embarrassment. He had worked so hard to seek refuge with his relatives, but he couldn't even compare to 1% of that Han brat's treatment. How could that unappreciative brat be better off than him? The scene of him bragging came back to him. Ma Jie was embarrassed. You know Master Han? Ma Jie said awkwardly, not really. I only exchanged a few words with him when we were stowaways. Raccoon's subordinate's eyes lit up. Come with me. The boss wants to see you. Chapter 29. The two were brought to a room by Raccoon's men. Ma Jie looked nervous and asked, what do you need me to do? It's not a bad thing. That guy is a machinist and knows how to make guns. Our boss has been wanting to kill him for a while now, but he didn't know anything about him, so he didn't do anything rashly. Ma Jie's mind was suddenly filled with excitement. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet Raccoon Boss. Perhaps he would be able to make a meteoric rise in his career and escape his fate of being alone. He glanced at his yellow-haired cousin with an envious expression on his face. There was no need to hesitate to betray Han Xiao. He was not related to him, so why should he care? After waiting for half an hour, Raccoon finally walked in. Ma Jie hurriedly bowed to him. Ma Jie was in such a hurry that he accidentally knocked over a chair. You know who Technician Han is? Civit's expressionless face made Ma Jie even more nervous. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His name is Han Xiao. He's a rogue. He snuck in with me. This is his first time in the Western capital. He's not related to anyone. That's all? Asked Raccoon. Ma Jie thought that Raccoon was not satisfied, so he quickly added, by the way, he didn't bring anything with him when he entered the Western capital. He was dressed in rags and looked penniless. Very good. Raccoon turned around and was about to leave. As long as you're satisfied, boss, said Ma Jie respectfully. Raccoon paused and smiled. You're not bad. Follow me from now on. Ma Jie's eyes widened. He was overjoyed. I'm rich. After Raccoon left, Ma Jie hurriedly stepped forward and said, Ma Jie, I'll need your help in the future. This time, it was Ma Jie's turn to be confident. He glanced at Ma Jie and said, What did you call me just now? Cousin. Ma Jie and Ma Jie's roles were reversed. Their expressions were natural and unashamed. Ma Jie's vanity was satisfied. He patted Ma Jie's shoulder and smiled. After thinking for a while, he asked one of Raccoon's men, Bro, may I ask you something? How will our boss deal with Han Xiao? That goes without saying. Of course, we'll capture him and torture him to force him to write down the blueprint of the gun. With the blueprint, we'll be able to train our own gunsmiths and then kill him. That's good. Ma Jie was relieved. Less than 3 minutes later, Raccoon returned to the table. He glanced at the untouched dishes and said with a fake smile, Han Xiao, you're right? Looks like you know my name now. Han Xiao smelled the impending storm, but his expression did not change. He quietly put his hand into his backpack and felt for the socket of the lightweight mechanical arm. With a click, the arm tightened, and it could be activated at any time. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Although he came to Crow's junk shop to scam the Raccoon, he was used to being careful. There was a lesson to be learned. When he first came into Galaxy, Han Xiao was still a hothead. He treated NPCs like those rigid programs in other games and did whatever he wanted. He had failed miserably more than a dozen times. Even a pig knew to be careful. How exactly did he fail? Han Xiao could tolerate being hunted down by players at his respawn point, but to be hunted down by NPCs for 3 days, stop right there. Even those who talk about dark history need to be pulled out of the room. Raccoon tapped his fingers on the table and said slowly, Hehe, I've been trying to guess who you are, but I didn't expect you to be a wanderer who just came to the Western capital not long ago. I have to say, you're very cautious. I only found out about you today. So? Raccoon's face turned cold. He changed his attitude faster than flipping a book. Be smart and hand over all the detailed gun manufacturing techniques. Knowing that Han Xiao was alone and had no one to rely on, Raccoon finally decided to make his move. He tore off his mask of fake friendliness and revealed the fangs hidden under his smiling face. You don't want to be my friend at all? What kind of friendship do I have with you? We're just making a deal. You're not afraid that I'll kill you? Han Xiao grinned. Raccoon snapped his fingers, and the 4 men beside him took out their pistols and pointed them at Han Xiao. Do you think I didn't make any preparations? How ironic. These guns that are pointed at you now are all made by you. There were a total of 6 armed men. Across the table was Raccoon and 4 of his men. Behind him were 2 people guarding the door. In this narrow room, Han Xiao had limited space to dodge. Han Xiao did not move and said slowly, Even if I hand over the technology, you'll still kill me. Raccoon sneered. That was what he thought. Only a few people had things that were valuable, and he knew the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. I hope you can cooperate. At least you can avoid some physical pain. What if I don't cooperate? Some of my men are very good at interrogation. You'll talk sooner or later. Han Xiao suddenly put away the laziness on his face. His sharp eyes made Raccoon tremble. You think I have no way to escape? Raccoon noticed that Han Xiao's left hand kept reaching into the backpack. He shook his head and said, Maybe you have something in the backpack that you can rely on. But if you do anything, my men will shoot. What if I tell you that the backpack is filled with high explosives? The backpack was only opened a crack, so no one could see what was inside. Raccoon sneered. He did not believe this *T Ma Jie's appearance was purely an accident. Han Xiao could not have prepared in advance. Who was he kidding? Han Xiao said slowly, I don't know who told you about me, but obviously, that person doesn't know much about me. You can try turning on your computer and entering the dark web to look for the latest bounty. Raccoon frowned. Han Xiao's fearless look made his heart beat faster. Although he had some power in the Western capital, he was just a small local in the entire underground world. He was not qualified to be involved in the dark web, so he did not pay much attention to the dark web and did not know about the germinal organization's bounty. Raccoon felt that this was Han Xiao's trick to buy time. Furthermore, he was the boss. If he did what someone told him to do, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Han Xiao said calmly, "If you don't believe me, do you want to take a gamble? Life is always full of surprises. Explosives can do the most damage in a limited space like this. First, there will be an explosion. The shrapnel will shoot out along with the shockwave and cover every corner. Then, there will be a high-temperature flame that will set the house on fire. Everyone here will be burned. But don't worry, you won't be burned to death because you have been dismembered by the first round of explosion." Raccoon's men could not help but take a step back. Han Xiao's words scared them. Raccoon shouted, "Enough, I'm not interested in joking with you. Stand up, or I'll get someone to shoot." Han Xiao shrugged and sighed. "Can't we talk about this? I'll give you the map." At this moment, the last rays of the sun sank into the horizon, and night dominated the sky. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Xiao suddenly exploded. His left hand clenched into a fist, and his mechanical arm was like a beast waking up from a deep sleep. His backpack was torn into pieces, and he lifted the table in front of him. The pots and pans in front of him were thrown at Raccoon and the 4 men. "Talk." "No way, you don't believe me, do you?" With 4 people in front and 2 behind, Han Xiao made a decision. He flipped the table to block the firepower in front of him, forming a temporary barrier in front of him. Then, he turned around and rushed to the door with his mechanical arm in front of him. He looked ferocious, like a charging cavalry. Clang, clang, clang. The table knocked over the 4 men. Raccoon's forehead was bleeding from the plate. He covered his wound and roared, "Open fire." At this time, only the 2 men at the door could shoot. Chapter 30. The bullets that came from the front hit the mechanical arm, and its durability dropped rapidly. A stray bullet hit Han Xiao's shoulder and took away 16 HP. Han Xiao felt a slight pain, but he did not care. His endurance was very high, and his muscles were very tough. The bullet was stuck in his flesh and could not penetrate. A stream of blood stained his clothes. The mechanical arm hammered a minion's chest, and with a dong sound, his chest caved in, and he could not be more dead. Han Xiao grabbed another minion and used him as a meat shield. At this time, the 4 minions behind Raccoon finally stood up and opened fire. All the bullets hit the meat shield, and the minion was instantly turned into a sieve. Han Xiao's back muscles moved, and a huge force burst out, breaking the bolt lock. With a crack, the door flew out, and the screws fell to the ground like jumping metal fairies. Han Xiao turned around and ran out. "Chase!" Raccoon roared. Footsteps could be heard everywhere in the junkyard. The dozens of minions patrolling nearby heard the gunshots and rushed over. The Crow junkyard was the Raccoon's base camp. There were enemies everywhere, and it was difficult for Han Xiao to move forward. Han Xiao met a group of minions who came to support him, and at the price of losing another 20 points of durability of his mechanical arm, he swiftly killed the enemy and snatched the pistol. With a long-range attack, Han Xiao immediately got rid of the disadvantage of close combat. With his right hand holding the pistol ready to fire, and his left hand holding the pistol to help him aim, he moved forward in a crouch. It was a standard tactical movement that allowed him to react quickly. Basic shooting, and precision shooting, improved the accuracy of the gun, and it would not trigger more than 2 shots to kill the enemy. Han Xiao's reaction was very fast, and he always made the first move before the minions. A shot to the body to interrupt the enemy's attack, and then he immediately raised the gun slightly and shot the enemy's head. The interval was not more than 0.5 seconds. If there were many people surrounding him, Han Xiao would roll and dodge smoothly, and he would frequently counterattack and kill the enemy. The only thing that limited Han Xiao was bullets. Every time he killed a wave of enemies, he would search the corpses to replenish his ammo. Every time he killed a wave of enemies, he would leave behind a trail of corpses and blood. Raccoon was shocked. A single person had easily killed more than 20 of his minions. However, there were simply too many minions. They swarmed in from all directions and gradually surrounded him. The suppressive fire made it difficult for him to emerge. Han Xiao hid behind the shell of an abandoned car. Dozens of muzzles flashed in the dark, and the dense sound of bullets hitting the bunker made him unable to hear his own breathing. He could only occasionally counterattack. Fortunately, this is my territory. No matter how good he is at fighting, he is only one person. Sooner or later, he will be caught. Raccoon hardened his heart. Once he caught Han Xiao, he would make Han Xiao regret being born into this world. Just as he was thinking this, something unexpected happened. Rapid gunshots from submachine guns rang out like a violent storm. With a sweeping murderous aura, they cut in from the side of the battlefield and killed a large number of minions as if they were harvesting wheat. Screams of agony rang out one after another. The bee-sting squad charged into the battlefield under the cover of the night, each of them armed with a submachine gun. They ran and dodged, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. Their nimble movements showed their wealth of experience on the battlefield. Raccoon's men couldn't even organize a decent counterattack before they were sent scattering. Where did these mercenaries come from? Raccoon was shocked. He thought these mercenaries were here to kill him. Maybe they were coveting his territory, or maybe it was revenge. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, what happened next stunned him. The menacing mercenaries suddenly turned around and charged at Han Xiao on the other side. They didn't even look at him. These merciless mercenaries were actually targeting Han Xiao. Raccoon's eyes widened. As someone who lived in the gray area, he understood one principle. One could tell a person's level from the enemies they made. These mercenaries didn't hesitate to take the risk in the West capital. The reward from their backer must be equivalent to the risk they took. From this, he could tell that Han Xiao was definitely not a simple person. Raccoon recalled what Han Xiao had said. You can try turning on your computer and entering the dark web to look for the latest bounty. Could it be that Han Xiao was telling the truth? What was his background? It's the sound of submachine guns. Han Xiao's ears twitched. The mission target had finally appeared. Using the light from the muzzle, he determined the location of the bee-sting squad. 300 meters to the west. 6 people, 6 submachine guns. Han Xiao quickly calculated. The enemy's firepower was ferocious. He would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought them head-on. Luckily, I prepared ahead of time and brought along the ranger. Han Xiao secretly rejoiced. He took out a remote control with a screen from his pocket. This was the ranger's remote control device that he had made himself. The chip of the ranger was a common product that he had bought from the market. It was easy to operate. He only needed to enter a simple program to create the remote control device. After turning on the power source, a series of buzzing noises rang out for 2 seconds. The robot's eyes were connected to the remote control device. Everything it saw would be displayed on the screen. At this time, the screen was marked with a out-of-control range. The battle just now had caused Han Xiao to exceed the control range of 50 meters. Han Xiao stood up decisively and ran back the way he had come in the night. The bee-sting squad's submachine guns swept toward him immediately. He moved swiftly. Using the obstacles and large pieces of trash in the junkyard as cover, he weaved through the rain of bullets. Damn it, there's too much cover here. The long-haired guy from the bee-sting squad cursed. He skillfully reloaded his gun. He runs faster than a rabbit. Originally, the bee-sting squad had planned to assassinate Han Xiao. However, Han Xiao had already started fighting with Raccoon. On second thought, they might be able to use the scene of a gang fight as cover for their purpose. Thus, they moved out without hesitation. He's already running away. Hurry up and finish him off, Kelly shouted. After the earlier massacre, Raccoon's men had lost their morale. They covered their heads and fled like rats. No one dared to interfere with their mission. Seeing Han Xiao running away, the bee-sting squad became even more fearless and became more aggressive. Han Xiao, who was in the midst of running, suddenly pulled back his head. A strand of hair was cut off by a stray bullet. It fluttered in the wind as he ran. He slid past 2 car shells and hid behind cover. The rest stop was not far away. The remote control in his hand finally showed that he had entered the control range. The screen was connected. Activate. In the messy rest stop, the dust-proof cloth on the trolley suddenly shook. 2 flashes of red light appeared. It was Ranger's eyes. The engine hummed to life, and the tracks started moving. Han Xiao controlled Ranger 1 and drove out of the rest stop. At this time, the bee-sting squad was not far away from him. Ranger 1's armor might not be able to withstand the concentrated fire of 6 submachine guns. It was too risky to face them head-on. His advantage was the element of surprise. No one would guess that he had robot backup. A surprise attack was the best choice. Han Xiao looked around. His eyes lit up. He had found a suitable place to set up an ambush. Not far away, there was an intersection between 2 car shells. It was a blind spot, and it was right in the path of the bee-sting squad. Han Xiao controlled Ranger 1 to hide in the intersection. He held his breath and waited for the best opportunity. The environment of the junkyard was very noisy, and the sound of gunfire was endless. The sound of the first-generation Ranger's engine was covered by the noise and almost did not attract any attention. Only Kelly felt that something was wrong. This was the intuition that he had developed after walking between life and death many times. He stopped and said, "I have a bad feeling." "What did you find?" the long-haired man asked. "That's the problem. I didn't find anything. There won't be any accidents. The target has been forced into a dead end. He's dead for sure." The long-haired man raised the flag angrily. The moment he finished speaking, the bee-sting squad stepped into Ranger 1's shooting range. At the same time, Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He lightly pressed the button to fire. Tut 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 tut, Ranger 1's fingers spewed out thick flames and smoke. A rain of steel poured out. The approaching shadow of death froze the expressions of all the bee-sting squad members. Chapter 31. Behind the bunker, Kelly gasped for breath in fear. There was a bullet wound on his cheek, and his flesh was torn open. Blood mixed with sweat dripped down his face. He was so close to following in the footsteps of his teammates and dying under the sudden rain of bullets. "What kind of monster is that?" the long-haired guy shouted in horror. His face was pale, and there was a bullet wound on his abdomen that was bleeding profusely. In the darkness, 2 red dots were faintly discernible, like 2 ferocious beasts. Under the horrified gazes of Kelly and the long-haired guy, the first-generation Ranger revealed its full appearance. Its 10 fingers were smoking, and its necklace appearance was adorable. It was hard to associate it with the killing machine just now. A robot. Kelly's eyes widened. He regretted not trusting his instincts. The result of his carelessness was that the team was almost wiped out. What should he do now? Kelly had the intention to retreat. Money could be earned again, but there was nothing left if he lost his life. After the long-haired guy recovered from his fear, he became extremely angry. He roared and poured bullets at the first-generation Ranger. Die, 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 die. The first-generation Ranger's weak armor was deformed by the bullets. Kelly and the other team members saw this and joined in the counterattack. Your mechanical creation, first-generation Ranger, Caterpillar type, has lost 14 armor points. Your mechanical creation, first-generation Ranger, Caterpillar type, has lost 17 armor points. The first-generation Ranger's armor was very ordinary, and it could not withstand the damage. Its armor points were quickly depleted, and the 2 bullet belts were also used up after a round of explosions. It was now a piece of metal with no combat ability. After all, they were short on resources. Han Xiao did not equip the first-generation Ranger with more weapons. 2 small-caliber machine guns was already the limit. TSK, why hasn't Division 13 made a move yet? Han Xiao thought to himself. He did not believe that the secret agents observing in the dark would allow the mercenaries to continue running wild. As expected, he did not have to wait for too long. The sound of military boots quickly approached. Just by listening to the sound, one could imagine the image of fully armed soldiers moving steadily and accurately. "Everyone, lay down your weapons," someone shouted in the darkness. His tone was cold and harsh. "Let's retreat quickly." Kelly's heart sank. The long-haired man's anger had not yet subsided. He emptied the last few bullets in the magazine on the first-generation Ranger that was about to be scrapped. Only then did he say, "Okay, let's go." At this time, Han Xiao controlled the first-generation Ranger to move, approaching the three mercenaries at high speed. The Ranger's chest suddenly swelled with flames and exploded with a deafening explosion. Waves of fire and shockwaves spread out in all directions, stirring up a storm of smoke and dust, instantly forming a sea of fire around them. Self-detonation. The orange-red flames lit up the dark night. Dozens of meters away, Li Hui and the other field team agents were shocked by the explosion. "This is bad." Feng Jun cursed inwardly. The orders from above were not to cause too much of a commotion. Now that the flames could be seen from a few kilometers away, he could already guess the headlines of tomorrow's newspaper. From the moment Han Xiao exchanged fire with Raccoon, the situation was already out of their control. The gunshots were too loud, and it attracted the attention of many civilians. At that time, the bee stinger squad had not moved yet, so Li Hui and the others had no choice but to follow the order and wait anxiously. When the bee stinger squad entered the battlefield, the agents could not wait to take action, wanting to minimize the impact. However, the first-generation Ranger's self-detonation ruined their plan. The long-haired man and another member were killed, and Kelly was covered in dust. He was completely terrified by Han Xiao's methods. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran. Han Xiao shook the sand off his hair, not feeling the slightest bit of heartache. The combat style of a mechanic was to consume all kinds of machinery. He had the blueprint, so he could rebuild it as long as he had the resources. As long as he gained the experience, he would have already profited, not to mention that he had killed so many people. Li Hui had no choice but to vent his anger on Kelly. He fired from afar, filled with murderous intent. "You want to steal my kill?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He could only complete the concealment requirement by killing all the mercenaries. If Kelly was killed by someone else, all his previous efforts would be wasted. With that in mind, Han Xiao took action. He moved in an arc, avoiding Li Hui and the others, and intercepted Kelly in front of him. Kelly stopped in shock. He felt that Han Xiao was like a completely different person, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. "Go to hell." Kelly gritted his teeth and raised his gun. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, Han Xiao abruptly bent his waist, lowered his center of gravity to his feet, and swayed his body left and right. Like the footwork of a veteran boxer, he moved swiftly like a ghost and quickly closed the distance between them. Kelly opened fire in panic, but all the bullets were dodged or blocked by Han Xiao's mechanical arm. Not even a single shot hit him. Kelly had a face of disbelief. He had seen Han Xiao's physical fitness, and it was only about the same as an elite mercenary. It was far from the standard of a super, so it was impossible for him to be faster than bullets. This proved that Han Xiao had completely predicted the angle of his every shot. Only an ace warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles would have such terrifying experience. Even in his career as a mercenary, he had only seen 2 or 3 ace mercenaries with such skill. Han Xiao chuckled. Compared to the time when he piloted a mechanical suit to avoid thousands of floating cannons, this level of prediction was a piece of cake. After emptying his bullets, Kelly hurriedly retreated and hurriedly reloaded. However, Han Xiao instantly closed the distance between them, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Han Xiao straightened his back, and his muscles and bones crackled. Power flowed from his feet into his left hand like an avalanche, driving the lightweight mechanical arm to draw a full arc, and he threw out a heavy punch. The perfect combination of strength and steel. Overload. The sound of the air pump piston and gears suddenly became faster, and the heat dissipation pipe spewed out a puff of black smoke. The power instantly increased by 30%, and the steel fist smashed right into Kelly's face. Critical hit. Overwhelming strength. Kelly's face was instantly smashed open, and bright red juice splattered everywhere. 1 hit, 1 kill. Li Hui and the others finally arrived, and this was the scene that unfolded in front of them. Kelly's body softly fell to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Han Xiao's face was stained with sputtering blood, and the flames cast a mottled shadow on his expressionless face. The ferocious exoskeleton mechanical arm on his left hand was stained with large pieces of flesh, and hot blood droplets dripped down. Even though the field agents were experienced, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Level E mission, pursuit, completed. Received 10,000 EXP, hidden condition, kill 6 pursuers. Received skill upgrade card, basic. Do you wish to receive it? No. Now was not the time to receive it. Don't move. Li Hui snapped out of his daze and hurriedly raised his gun. Han Xiao was expressionless as he took off the lightweight mechanical arm and raised both his hands. 2 agents quickly stepped forward and put a black hood over his head. His vision became pitch black, and Han Xiao felt that he was being pushed forward. He knew that he was going to be taken to Division 13. You guys are finally here. Feng Jun looked at the battlefield and sucked in a breath of cold air. He killed all 6 mercenaries. Is he relying on these machines to fight? Li Hui's expression was serious as he said, take away all the parts he left behind and inform the police to deal with the aftermath. After saying that, the group of people escorted Han Xiao into the car and left in a hurry. It felt like they had come in a hurry and left in a hurry. It felt like they had not done anything at all, which made the field team very frustrated. Han Xiao sat in the back seat, sandwiched between 2 agents. Although he could not see anything, he could feel that the other agents were all focused on him. Behind the black hood, a strange smile appeared. Although there was a slight deviation, so far, the situation had been within his expectations. No one spoke in the car, and the atmosphere was tense and silent. Only the sound of the car moving could be heard. Li Hui and the others were not allowed to talk to the target before they arrived at their destination. However, Han Xiao's calmness had attracted their attention. It was as if he had known that they would appear. Civet looked at the casualties of his subordinates with a gloomy face. Give me the laptop. He logged onto the darknet, entered the bounty section, and immediately saw the bounty with Han Xiao's picture. 0, a bounty of 1 million, posted by the German organization. Civet's expression changed drastically. His hands trembled, and the laptop fell to the ground. It really is AF * King Bounty Hunter, and a bounty hunter from the German organization, the leader of the underground world. If he had known that Han Xiao was such a dangerous person, he would not have dared to make a move. Ma Jie and Blondie rushed over, gasping for breath. They looked at the traces of the battle in shock and trembled in fear. Civet was furious when he saw them. He kicked Ma Jie to the ground and roared, F * CK, this is all your fault. I'll never forgive you. Ma Jie clutched his stomach in pain and trembled on the ground like a quail. He did not know what he had done wrong. Suddenly, the sirens rang. 7 or 8 police cars blocked the entrance of the junkyard, and heavy-duty police officers in bulletproof vests swarmed in. The police are always late. Civet tidied his clothes and walked up to them. In his opinion, he was the victim. Furthermore, he had connections in the police department in District 7, so he was not worried at all. However, before he could say anything, the heavy-duty police officers pressed him down and handcuffed him. Civet was stunned. He struggled and yelled, "What are you doing? I'm the victim here. I know the secretary of your department." "Don't waste your energy," the heavy-duty police officer said calmly. "This is an order from Division 13. Civet's eyes widened. Division 13 was in charge of matters related to national security. Why would they target him? I must have been involved in something. Han Xiao's figure flashed across Civet's mind. He could not think of any other possibility. Is Division 13 backing him up? Suddenly, a clear line of thought appeared in his mind. Germinal Organization traitor. Division 13. Star Dragon. Intelligence, Civet suddenly understood. They were silencing him. From the moment Han Xiao purposely took off his mask in front of him, the outcome was already decided. What a scam. Civet could no longer keep his cool. His whole body trembled, and his heart was filled with fear and anger. Han Xiao. F * CKU. Chapter 32. The black hood was pulled off, and Han Xiao opened his eyes. The blinding white light made him squint his eyes involuntarily. It took him a few seconds to get used to it and see his current situation clearly. He was sitting on a cold iron chair, with a table in front of him and a one-sided mirror on the wall. It was a typical interrogation room. Across the table sat two people, Li Hui and Feng Jun. Let me introduce myself. I am an intelligence officer from Stardragon's Strategic Homeland Defense Bureau, Feng Jun said calmly. This isn't the first time we've met. Do you remember me? Yes, Han Xiao said lazily. The man with a deep wallet. Feng Jun was speechless. Can you not bring that up? Division 13, Li Hui. Li Hui's expression was stiff, and his tone was even stiffer. It made people feel that even his *T was stiff. Stardragon's Strategic Homeland Defense Bureau had a total of 13 departments. Should we call you Han Xiao, or Zero? Feng Jun went straight to the point. Up to you. Li Hui interrupted the conversation and went straight to the point. Cut the crap. Explain why the Germinal organization is after you, and what kind of information you have. Tell me everything. Why should I tell you? Han Xiao asked with interest. Li Hui sneered. Where do you think this is? You have to say whatever we want you to say, so what if I don't say it? Han Xiao smiled. Shoot me with a gun? You think I don't dare? Li Hui shouted. Feng Jun quickly tried to smooth things over. All right. Calm down, Han Xiao. You know we're a government agency. Cooperate with us, and it'll be good for you. Han Xiao twisted his body into a more comfortable position and said with a smile, one is the bad guy, and the other is the good guy. How many years have we been using this trick? Can you change it up a little? I like beauty traps and stuff like that. Looking at you two serious men, I don't even have the mood to talk. Do you understand the service with a smile? Don't be so tense, come, give me a smile. Feng Jun's face stiffened, and he coughed dryly. He secretly gave Li Hui a look. Li Hui understood and stood up, pretending to be angry. He pointed at Han Xiao and shouted, this is not a place for you to joke around. I can throw you in jail for an indefinite period. What a big shot. Han Xiao suddenly stopped smiling, and his eyes turned sharp. I'm from the Germinal organization. Threatening me? Do you think it'll work? Don't make a fool of yourself with this kind of child's play. If you want me to work with you, sure. Then show me some sincerity and let someone important talk to me. You are not qualified. Han Xiao's tone gradually became louder, and when he said the last sentence, he even pulled the handcuffs with both hands. The chair was lifted an inch off the ground and fell back down with a bang. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space, and it echoed endlessly. Feng Jun and Li Hui looked at each other. Their mission was to test Han Xiao's attitude. Han Xiao was very clear about this, so he deliberately acted fearless. He wanted to tell the person behind the one-way mirror that he had a trump card. At this moment, a deep male voice came from the interrogation room. As you wish, I'll talk to you. Who are you? Han Xiao looked at the one-way mirror and knew that it was the person behind him who had spoken. Division 13, Intelligence Minister. Do I have the right? Han Xiao laughed. Just barely. Li Hui and Feng Jun's eyelids twitched. This person is really shameless. The intelligence minister did not take offense. You just said that you are a member of the Germinal organization. Han Xiao interrupted him and corrected him. Once. So you're saying that you defected? Yes. Han Xiao smiled secretly. What was your position? A logistics researcher. What kind of research? Mechanical weapons. You're lying, the intelligence minister said flatly. This is not enough to explain your bounty of 1 million. I was waiting for you to ask this. Han Xiao's face was calm. Instead of saying that you think I'm lying, you actually want me to have something of equal value to the bounty intelligence. That's why you've been investigating me and not using force. Intelligence is only useful in the hands of an organization with the ability to execute. My exposure represents my sincerity in cooperating with you. I am the enemy of the Germinal organization, not your enemy. The intelligence minister said in a low voice, "Why should we cooperate with you? Look around you. This is our territory. We have plenty of ways to make you talk." Han Xiao suddenly said, "Communication record, Galaxy Calendar Year 687, 14th of June. Signal origin, Blue Star. Destination, Dark Star 8th Fortress. Content is top secret." The intelligence minister was silent for a full 10 minutes. Li Hui and Feng Jun shuddered and understood. This piece of information that they did not understand had attracted the attention of the intelligence minister and even had to ask for instructions from the higher-ups. When the intelligence minister spoke again, his tone was extremely serious. "Are you sure? If I did not see it with my own eyes, would I know about Dark Star?" Han Xiao smiled. "Now, can we talk about cooperation?" "Okay." The intelligence minister's tone was serious. If what Han Xiao said was true, this piece of information was very important to Stardragon and even the entire planet. Han Xiao laughed to himself. This was the excuse he had prepared a long time ago. Everything had to be explained from the background of the world. Since the exploration era, the three universe-level organizations had fought for tens of thousands of years, and no one had been able to destroy the other. The law of the Dark Forest was the primitive form of the universe. Just like the development of every period of history, when chaos and barbarism ended, order was born. The three universe-level organizations had reached a consensus to coexist peacefully, explore the universe together, and build a system of order. The universe was never lonely. Stars were shining brightly, and countless races were active in every corner of the universe. Starships as many as the stars in the universe passed through this waterless ocean. Countless pieces of information wandered in the universe through electromagnetic waves or optical communication, waiting to be captured. Countless thoughts intertwined and turned into whispers of the soul, like an invisible current, sneaking into nothingness. Silence was just a facade. The universe was bustling. Every civilization would go through such a stage. They would look up at the stars and guess if there were any life forms similar to them. They would think that they were the only intelligent life forms in the universe. They would enter the universe with the pride of being the chosen one and the ambition to conquer the universe, only to realize that the universe was not for them to conquer. They were not lonely, and they were not special. The explored universe was divided into many star fields, such as the shattered star ring, the ancient star desert, the bright silver spiral arm, the sea of star spirits, and so on. Each star field had dozens of star clusters, and the star clusters were further divided into different star systems. Then there were numbered star zones, and finally, there were countless planets in the universe. The coordinates of the blue star were Shattered Star Ring, Colton Star Cluster, Garton Galaxy, Star Zone 9, Blue Star. As for the precise coordinates, it was a multidimensional coordinate system made up of multiple axes, using a complex combination of letters and numbers. The galactic organization that came into contact with the blue star was an advanced civilization in the Garton Galaxy, Godora. The dark star that Han Xiao had mentioned was an ambitious organization that had broken away from Godora. They were always thinking of overthrowing Godora's regime. The two were mortal enemies. The universe was vast, and countless organizations and civilizations were intertwined. The level of a civilization was largely determined by its mobility in the universe. For example, the Godora civilization could travel across star zones without relying on the stargates and wormholes built by more advanced civilizations. Therefore, Godora was considered a galactic civilization, which was a few levels higher than the blue star. The same was true for Dark Star. If the Germinal organization came into contact with Dark Star and obtained the resources and support of Dark Star, the Six Nations would be in deep trouble. An evil and ambitious organization like Dark Star might not abide by the Treaty of Contact between Universal Civilizations, 7th Revision, that the three Universal Civilizations had made during the exploration era. The details of coming into contact with galactic organizations were the secrets of the Six Nations, and he did not doubt the authenticity of Han Xiao's words. In fact, the Germinal organization had never come into contact with Dark Star. Since they could not verify it, Han Xiao could do whatever he wanted. Throwing out such explosive information could make Division 13 value him more and increase the threat of the germinal organization in the eyes of Stardragon. It was very helpful for his main mission, so why not? Relying on Stardragon was a temporary measure. Han Xiao would not always rely on others, and Division 13 would not completely trust him. To Han Xiao, the cooperation between the two parties was just a pretense. There was no way he would wholeheartedly work for others. Using Stardragon's power to deal with the germinal organization was a way to gain experience. When he was fully developed, Han Xiao would kick Stardragon aside and do it on his own. I'll remember all the special treatment you guys gave me in my little notebook. I'll settle it with you guys in the future, Han Xiao thought as he shook his handcuffs. Every novice planet was like an independent server, and the main storyline was different. Han Xiao's interest was piqued, and he had specially researched the various events of the various organizations in Galaxy. Now, it was all valuable information. The novice planets were very far away from each other, and there were specialized galactic travel agencies that provided travel services. As long as one used an interstellar communicator to contact these agencies, they would automatically locate the source of the information. With the help of the interstellar portals built by the various star clusters and star systems, as long as one could afford it, they could even cross the entire visible universe. After all, the Pro League was open to players from all planets. If they could not gather together, how could they compete? Generally, the stage for large-scale activities and competitions would be set on neutral or uninhabited planets. Give me a map of Stardragon and a pen, Han Xiao suddenly said. Feng Jun spread a map of Stardragon on the table. Han Xiao picked up the pen and circled 3 positions with a brief introduction. These are the 3 secret bases of the germinal organization in Stardragon. Take it as a sign of my sincerity. You only know 3? Of course not. I'll tell you the rest after you verify my information. Han Xiao did not want to reveal everything so easily. It would not do him any good if he told them everything. What are your conditions? The intelligence minister asked. Feng Jun and Li Hui both pricked up their ears. Han Xiao smiled mysteriously. I just want to work together to deal with the germinal organization. That's simple. I'll report your situation to the superiors. In the meantime, I'll have to trouble you to stay here. The intelligence minister cut off the communication. Chapter 33. In the internal meeting room of Division 13, the director, deputy director, 13 ministers, and 15 high-ranking officials were gathered together to discuss only one topic: how to deal with Han Xiao. Han Xiao has a lot of confidential information. With his help, we can accurately attack the various bases of the germinal organization. Furthermore, he is a mechanic and has a certain level of combat power. His level is equivalent to that of a trained elite agent, but he has not reached the level of a superhuman. He has the sincerity to cooperate. The head of the intelligence department finished his report and gave his opinion. I think we can trust Han Xiao and cooperate with him. Everyone looked at each other and remained silent for a few seconds. The head of the internal affairs department was the first to object. No, what if Han Xiao gave us false information? It really came. All the ministers were excited. Division 13 was divided into 2 factions. The head of the Internal Affairs Department was led by the head of the Internal Affairs Department, and the head of the Intelligence Department was led by the Conservatives. The seats of the 2 sides were very clear, as if they were separated by the Chu River and Han River. The head of the Intelligence Department explained, the chances of that are very small. He is a fugitive of the germinal organization. If he wants to live, he can only rely on our protection, so there is no need to doubt his sincerity. Then he could be a spy sent by the germinal organization to put on a show. The head of the Internal Affairs Department did not give up and said in a deep voice, I suggest that we control Han Xiao and lock him up secretly. We can get all the information out of him. Division 13 does not need to negotiate with anyone. You are messing around. There is no need for that at all. Using force will only cause unforeseen accidents. Han Xiao is very sincere. We cannot push away the support that should be ours and make enemies for no reason. That is a coward's compromise. That's because you're brainless. Under the leadership of the two ministers, the two factions started to argue. Although both sides wanted to get information on Han Xiao, the contradiction between the two sides was that the hardliners wanted to imprison Han Xiao, while the conservatives wanted to cooperate with Han Xiao. They were arguing so much that they wanted to roll up their sleeves and fight it out. There were two directors in Division 13. The director was the actual person in charge of Division 13, and the deputy director was a bureaucrat sent by the higher-ups to supervise them. He was also known as the administrative director. Logically speaking, with such an organizational structure, there should be a sharp power struggle, but this deputy director was very low-key and did not care about anything. At this time, he was even thinking about what to eat after work. In view of the fact that the previous deputy director, who was ambitious and wanted to seize power, was inexplicably convicted of treason, his low profile was understandable. The bureau chief was a dignified man. He said thoughtfully, "We need to cooperate and control the other party. Isn't this easy to solve? Can't we just recruit him into the bureau?" The entire hall went from noisy to quiet in an instant. The ministers of the hardline faction were dumbfounded. "Are you trying to stir up trouble?" The hardliners immediately. "Absolutely not. What if Han Xiao is a spy sent by the enemy? This is a violation of confidentiality." The director said firmly, "According to the rules, we will vote." The hardliners laughed and supported the director. Other than one neutral director, both sides had exactly 6 people. With the director's vote, the proposal was passed without a hitch. The hardliners were stunned. "You guys are colluding with each other." Since the decision to recruit Han Xiao into Division 13 had been made, the next thing to discuss was which department he should join. The Internal Affairs Director said, "I think the Logistics Department is the most suitable for him. If he stays in the headquarters, we can monitor him at all times and make use of his mechanic skills." The hardliners agreed this time. The Logistics Department was the most suitable for Han Xiao. He was not allowed to go out, and if he stayed under their watch, he would not be able to cause any trouble. The director suddenly said, "Since Han Xiao is capable of fighting, why don't we transfer him to the Covert Operations Department? There might be a surprise." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. All the directors looked at the neutral director who was dozing off. It was the director of the Covert Operations Department. "Hey, what does this have to do with me?" The director of the Covert Operations Department was confused. Then it settled. Actions may lie, words may lie, but goals will not lie. As long as we can confirm that the information Han Xiao gave us about the Germinal base is correct, we will let him join the Covert Operations Department. The director waved his hand and made the final decision. All the directors facepalmed. "Fine, you're the boss. As long as you're happy." The deputy director yawned. "Is it time to get off work? What's the food in the cafeteria today?" After the meeting, the intelligence director and the logistics director went to the logistics department together to study the captured lightweight mechanical arm. They wanted to see what was so special about Han Xiao's machine. If possible, they wanted to reverse engineer the blueprints and learn more about Han Xiao. The person in charge of the research was the ace of the logistics department, Luo Xian. He was once a top student in the Western Capital Academy and had been specially recruited into the logistics department of Division 13 after graduation. His performance had always been excellent, and the higher-ups seemed to have the intention of letting him join the Covert Operations Department. Other than being a little too proud, he had no other shortcomings. Luo Xian wore a pair of rubber gloves, and his face was calm. He had done this job many times before, so he was very familiar with it. "Let's begin." Luo Xian started to disassemble the machine, but he suddenly paused and said in surprise, "There are security measures inside." The security measures prevented anyone from dismantling the machine to derive the blueprints, which were all interconnected with the overall structure. Han Xiao's basic assembly knowledge included the method of security measures. Coupled with his max-level, simple enhancement modification, it would be impossible for anyone to crack the security measures unless they were an official Grade E mechanic. He valued the lightweight mechanical arm a lot, and he had predicted that it would fall into the hands of Division 13, so he had set up security measures early on. The first-generation Ranger had also set up security measures, but since it had already self-destructed, it could be ignored. "Can you crack it?" the intelligence director asked. "No problem." Luo Xian was very confident. Removing the security measures was an indirect battle between the creator and the one who cracked it. Luo Xian was very confident. How good could an unknown mechanic be? After all, he was a top student in the Western Capital Academy. However, after 20 minutes, Luo Xian still had not made any progress. He was sweating profusely and said in disbelief, "For security measures? Is the guy who made this machine crazy?" 4 security measures were extremely complicated. If he disassembled it wrongly, the entire machine would automatically disintegrate. Luo Xian was not confident. The intelligence director frowned and said, "Can you do it or not? Don't waste my time." Luo Xian could not maintain his expression anymore. He did not dare to get angry at the director, so he could only swallow his anger and say, "This security measure is too complicated. I need time. Enough, I don't have that much free time. Tell me what you think." Luo Xian sensed the distrust of the intelligence director, and his expression turned ugly. He vented his anger and said, "There are no highlights in the technology, only the security measures are good. It makes me feel like the creator is a country bumpkin who treats trash like treasure." The intelligence director raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. He asked someone to take the mechanical arm and leave the logistics department. Since Han Xiao had killed a veteran mercenary with one punch, he felt that the best way to test it was to let the agents use it in actual combat. Coincidentally, the Bureau was sending people to destroy the 3 Germinal organization strongholds that Han Xiao had told them about. It was a good opportunity. Unfortunately, the robot had been blown up into a pile of unrecognizable charred parts. He was more interested in the first-generation Ranger. Although Division 13 was powerful, no one would complain about having too many new equipment. The bunch of idiots in the R&D department, who had been receiving the most funding for the past few years, only knew how to create weird things. Sticky bombs with adhesive on both sides, arc-shaped machine guns that could not be aimed at, fake breasts that could block metal detectors and used to hide poison needles, and there were even F*King male and female versions. After 2 agents were sent to the hospital because of their own poison needles, the R&D department was blacklisted by the other agents. The director held his phone and called the tall old man. "I have already recommended Han Xiao to the Covert Operations Department. Thank you for your hard work." The director was confused. "Old man, is he worth this much?" Chapter 34. The dilapidated skyscrapers were crawling with vines, the broken bridges were covered with moss, and the streets were deserted. The windows of the shops along the streets were shattered, and the shelves were overturned. It was obvious that this place had been robbed. A yellowed newspaper from who knows how long ago was swaying on the ground with the wind. The atmosphere was bleak everywhere. The moonlight passed through the dust and dimmed the city. It was the only source of light in this city. This was a deserted city that once belonged to a large country. Now, the country had disappeared. In the tide of the era change, the citizens had migrated out of this dead city. Even the wanderers were unwilling to live in this dead city. In the decades of the reshuffling of the entire planet's social environment, many cities were abandoned and became part of the planet's ecological environment again. From a cold steel forest, it gradually became a green field full of life. It made people wonder what the meaning of human beings was to the planet. According to Han Xiao's intelligence, there were 3 Germinal organization subbases in Stardragon, and this dead city was one of them. It was like a nail that was stuck in the body, causing the upper echelons of Stardragon to be shocked and angry. Within 24 hours, the nearest military base was deployed to attack this subbase. The operation was very efficient. At this time, the dead city was awakened by artillery fire. More than 10 Stardragon military bulletproof assault vehicles charged at the subbase. The sound of gunfire and explosions was continuous, mixed with screams and roars. However, the main battlefield was not the core of the operation. 3 members of the Secret Operations Department were quietly approaching the German organization subbase from the side. Their mission was to sneak in and steal information while the army was engaged in battle. The Secret Operations Department was responsible for infiltration, destruction, theft, assassination, and similar matters. It was also known as the Secret Service Department, and its members were the best of the best. The 3 members of the Secret Service Department avoided the battlefield and approached the subbase from the other side. When they arrived at the side door of the subbase, the team's hackers cracked the door control. Lee Lin, a member of the Secret Operation Team, a Level 4 special agent. She was a beautiful young woman. She wore a black one-piece sports bodysuit that outlined her hot figure that could make people's blood boil. She wore a loose yellow hoodie and looked very sporty. Her skin was white and beautiful, and her temperament was lively like an elf. She wore silver round earrings and light eyeshadow. She had a high nose bridge, and her facial features were defined. Lee Lin stretched her back. Her beautiful waist showed amazing elasticity, which was out of tune with the tense atmosphere around her. She chewed on her bubblegum and complained, "It's not easy to take advantage of the fact that the captain is recuperating and has a vacation, but the department gave us an emergency mission. They don't treat special agents as human beings." Lambert silently wiped his gleaming dagger. He was as silent as a rock. He used to be an ace soldier in a secret unit. After he was retired, he joined Division 13's Covert Operations Department. He wore a field military uniform, a belt with more than 10 daggers around his waist, and a folded black heavy sniper rifle slung across his back. This operation seems to be very important to the Bureau. Lin Yarrow stuttered. He was a little over 1.7 tall, and he looked a little shy. He was the team's hacker. He carried a small backpack with a lot of electronic equipment, and he was currently hacking into the side door of the base. He took out a bunch of electronic equipment and connected it to the security system. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and code flowed out like a waterfall. Not long after, the code was cracked, and the metal door opened automatically. The 3 of them looked at each other and snuck into the base. Lee Lin walked in front, Lin Yarrow in the middle, and Lambert at the back. Lin Yarrow, who had hacked into the system, opened all the security systems along the way. Their target was the main computer room. The German organization placed great importance on secrecy. If a base was attacked and threatened to fall, the guards would immediately reformat the base's system and destroy all information. They would also activate an EMP to cut off the network and power to burn the main computer's electronic components. This was why the German organization had always been so mysterious, like a cloud of fog. Division 13 valued Han Xiao so much because he was such a rare source of information. They arrived at the 2nd floor of the basement without much trouble. The main computer room was right in front of them. Suddenly, Lin Yarrow saw the hacked surveillance screen and shouted, "There's an enemy team in the corner ahead." Before he could finish, a group of guards appeared in their line of sight. A battle was about to break out. Lee Lin was the first to react. She suddenly burst into a blur of speed and rushed to the front of the guards before they could open fire. She leaped into the air, her body as light as a swallow, and her long legs did a 180-degree split. She viciously kicked the 2 guards in the head, and the 2 guards were sent spiraling into the air, their necks broken. Lee Lin's body was extremely strong. Not only was her flexibility amazing, but her strength was also equally shocking. She supported herself with both hands on the ground and stood upside down. She rotated her legs, releasing a bright yellow aura that swept through the crowd like a yellow propeller. Even if someone tried to block it with a gun, the gun would explode into pieces. The strength of her legs could even bend metal. A martial artist. The last guard turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to call for reinforcements, Lambert swiped his hands across the knife pouch at his waist, and a silver flying dagger instantly pierced the guard's throat. A fully armed team was quickly wiped out by Lee Lin and Lambert. At that moment, the lights in the corridor turned blood red, and ear-piercing alarms rang out everywhere. Lin Yarrow screamed, "We've been discovered." A large number of guards are rushing toward us, and the base's system has started reformatting. Li Lin was also anxious. Hurry up and unlock the access to the main computer room. I'm working on it, but it'll take at least 3 minutes. The enemy will arrive in at most 1 minute. I really can't bypass the firewall and unlock the access in such a short time. I'm sorry. Lin Yarrow was sweating profusely as he typed furiously on his tablet. His fingers moved at the speed of a bachelor for several lifetimes, but there was no movement from the main computer room's steel door. Soon, chaotic footsteps could be heard coming from both ends of the corridor. This was a straight corridor, and there was no place to hide. They were confident that they could kill their way out, but their mission was doomed to fail. Oh right, didn't the higher-ups give us new equipment before we set off? Li Lin suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly took out a long black package from Lin Yarrow's backpack. Opening the zipper, a mechanical arm with a metallic texture lay quietly inside. Lightweight mechanical arm, how do we use this thing? Have any of you read the manual? Lin Yarrow hurriedly said, put your left hand in it, and your thumb will activate it. Speaking of which, will this thing really not explode? It's not like you don't know those idiots in the R&D department. There was a saying in Division 13, any product from the R&D department is bound to be risky. There's no other choice. Let's just give it a try. Li Lin steeled her heart and put on the mechanical arm. She looked as if she was prepared to lose her arm. It was obvious how unpopular the R&D department was. The mechanical arm was successfully activated, and it buzzed. It actually didn't malfunction. What a shock. Li Lin gritted her teeth and slammed her fist on the metal door of the main engine room. Surprisingly, the impact created a very obvious dent. Li Lin was overjoyed. Her fists rained down on the metal door at high speed. With the help of the machine and her own strength, many deformed dents appeared on the metal door. The door frame let out a tearing sound. 20 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the large group of guards finally arrived at the corner of the corridor. At that moment, the metal door of the main engine room finally gave in and flew out with a bang. Li Lin and the other two hurriedly hid behind the door. That was close. Lin Yarrow immediately connected the device to the mainframe. The formatting of the system was at 57%. He had to make a backup copy of the remaining contents as soon as possible. He also had to hack into the Germinal organization's database to steal as much information as possible before the internet and power were cut off. With the room as cover, Li Lin and Lambert unleashed their full power. Li Lin pulled out a metal baton from her pocket and swiftly took down the guards who rushed into the main engine room. She swung the baton in her right hand and used the mechanical arm in her left hand. With a bright yellow flame burning in her left hand, she was able to break the bones of the guards through their bulletproof vests. On the other hand, Lambert's flying daggers were deflected through the wall and hit the enemies outside the door. The guards screamed in pain. With just the two of them, they were able to cause so much damage that hundreds of guards were unable to do anything. Not long after, the base's system completed its self-formatting. Then, the power and internet were cut off, and the entire base was plunged into darkness. Charge! Li Lin roared. She punched, kicked, and swung her baton, carving out a bloody path. Lambert and Lin Yarrow followed closely behind. There were screams everywhere, and the darkness was a mess. After a fierce battle, the three of them finally made it out of the base. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Lin Yarrow was paralyzed on the ground, but the other two were already used to it. Every time a mission ended, Lin Yarrow would be scared to death. Li Lin played with the lightweight mechanical arm lovingly. Lin Yarrow glanced at it and asked in surprise, who invented this mechanical arm? Was it Luo Xian from the logistics department? Chapter 35. 2 hours later, the battle was over. This was Stardragon's most successful operation against the Germinal organization. They had destroyed the base and collected a large amount of information. Thanks to Han Xiao's information, the higher-ups of Division 13 were very satisfied. However, Lin Yao did not manage to find the two pieces of information that concerned him the most, the communication records of Darkstar and the significance of Han Xiao's codename Zero in the Germinal organization. The former did not exist, but the latter was related to the Germinal organization's experiment subject program. It was highly confidential and could not be leaked. The three secret operatives rushed back to the headquarters, and Li Lin reluctantly returned the mechanical arm. Her superior asked, "Is the lightweight mechanical arm useful?" So this thing was called the lightweight mechanical arm. Such a violent thing was very much to Li Lin's taste. She nodded and said, "The success of this mission was all thanks to this equipment." "Who made it?" "I can't tell you that." "Will the department still provide the lightweight mechanical arm in the future?" Li Lin asked expectantly. "That depends on the decision of the higher-ups." Li Lin did not give up. She stopped pestering her superiors and went to the logistics department to find Luo Xian, who was most likely the creator. The emblem on her chest was the symbol of the Secret Operations Department. She had been unobstructed all the way, and she attracted the attention of the idle people in the logistics department. Her exquisite and beautiful face made these logistics personnel, who were always accompanied by engine oil and smelly sweat, drool. Although the 13 departments were of the same level in name, they had different authorities and positions in the hearts of the people. The Secret Operations Department was filled with experts, beautiful women, and elites, excellent treatment. It had always been desired by the people. Li Lin looked around and said loudly, "I'm here to find Luo Xian." Everyone looked at Luo Xian with envy. Not bad, as expected of the ace of the logistics department. He managed to hook up with a beauty from the Secret Operations Department. She even came to find him. Who knows, she might be able to join the Secret Operations Department in the future. Many people wondered if they should congratulate Luo Xian in advance and curry favor with him. Luo Xian did not know Li Lin and was confused. Is the Secret Operations Department trying to recruit me? His heart skipped a beat. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "I'm Luo Xian. How should I address you?" "Li Lin. Is there anything I can help you with?" Luo Xian felt that his manners were very gentlemanly. "You're the one who invented that mechanical arm?" "Mechanical arm?" Luo Xian immediately thought of the lightweight mechanical arm that made him lose face in front of the minister. He thought that there was some kind of malfunction and wanted to denounce him. Secretly gloating, he pretended to be serious and asked, "Is there a problem?" "No, I think it's very useful. I want to order it privately." This was very awkward. The logistics personnel had strange expressions on their faces. They remembered Luo Xian's disdain for the mechanical arm, so they all stared at Luo Xian. Those gazes made Luo Xian want to find a hole to hide in. Luo Xian's expression turned ugly. The machine that he had described as trash was actually sought after by the Secret Service agents, and the user had even specially come over to order it. This misunderstanding made him feel as if he had eaten a fly, but he could not do anything about it. He could only force a smile and say, "I didn't invent that thing." Li Lin was confused and said unhappily, "Then you should have said so earlier. You're wasting my time." Luo Xian's face darkened. Seeing his colleagues holding back their evil smiles as they walked away, he felt depressed. Feng Jun walked over and said in a businesslike manner, "The identity of the creator is confidential. Please do not discuss or guess." Li Lin was shocked. Confidential? Luo Xian felt a sense of crisis. He felt that the bureau was placing too much importance on this mysterious mechanic. He was worried that this would threaten his position and create competition between colleagues. If he joins the logistics department, I must suppress him. Luo Xian secretly made up his mind. A certain base of the Germinal organization. Leader, the 45th base has been destroyed. Who did it? The Star Dragons. Where did they get the information? I'm not sure. The leader was puzzled. The Germinal organization had bases all over the world, and some of them were hidden within the borders of the 6 nations as trump cards for future large-scale battles. They had always been in a frozen state and did not carry out any activities. There was no way for them to be exposed, so how could they have been discovered? Could it be that an insider leaked the information? Was there a spy in the organization? Only the higher-ups knew the location of the secret bases. If there was a traitor, it would be a huge blow to the organization. He secretly made up his mind to clean up the organization. The leader did not suspect Han Xiao at all. How could a lowly test subject who had never come into contact with the organization's secrets be him? The first suspect would be eliminated. Thinking of Zero, the leader was annoyed. The dark net had put up a bounty for him for so long, but there was no movement at all. Little bug, you sure run fast. You dare to declare war? I'll crush you sooner or later. With your strength alone, don't even dream of moving a single brick or tile of the organization. The leader laughed coldly. Han Xiao has been missing for 3 days. Where did he go? Lu Qian anxiously paced back and forth, blaming herself. Did he lose his way? It's all my fault. I didn't buy him a phone. I can't contact him now. He's an outsider, unfamiliar with the Western capital. What should he do? Old man Lu comforted her. Be optimistic. Maybe he's just dead. Lu Qian was speechless. Grandpa, why are you so biased against him? Old man Lu picked his nose and did not answer. Lu Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. She moved closer to old man Lu and said, Grandpa, can you ask someone to help find him? You wish. Old man Lu snorted. Just think of it as doing your granddaughter a favor. When you stole my books, why didn't you consider that I'm your grandpa? That's just a small matter. Forgive me. You can give up. You really don't want to help? Nope. Lu Qian smiled and gave off a dark aura. I'll help you sell the wine you hid under the floor of your room. Old man Lu shuddered. What are you talking about? Your grandpa is not a stingy person. You just need to find a person. Leave it to me. Thank you, Grandpa. Lu Qian smiled sweetly. Old man Lu sighed. He walked to the side and dialed Old man Gao's number. Old man, did you take Han Xiao away? You guessed it. What did he do? He didn't do anything. We just need to cooperate with him. As long as he didn't do anything, it's fine. Hurry up and release him. Otherwise, my granddaughter will ruin my collection. This is against the rules. I'm in a difficult position. Don't talk nonsense. You're the one who set the rules. You didn't pay me back last time. I don't care. Hurry up and get Han Xiao back. Old man Gao helplessly said, Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, old man Lu's face was full of resentment. He clearly wanted Han Xiao to leave, but he had no choice but to get him back. All women's elbows are always on the outside. Especially the woman who gave birth to his son. She's clearly someone else's wife, but I hooked her up so easily. Sigh, the charm of youth is gone forever. Old man Lu stroked his bald head and sighed. Chapter 36. Han Xiao had already stayed in a luxurious single cell for 3 days, but he was not in a hurry at all. He had the time to sort out his abilities and collect the skill upgrade card. Han Xiao looked at his interface. 90,000 EXP. Some of it was from missions and killing enemies, while some of it was from crafting guns for the raccoon. Basic combat was at level 8, so it was best to use the skill upgrade card, Basic, to level up. Han Xiao did not hesitate. He first raised his basic combat to level 9 before collecting the skill upgrade card. A brass card appeared in his hand out of thin air. Han Xiaoshan thought about it, and the card turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his forehead. His limbs trembled, and a new energy flowed through his muscles and bones. Han Xiao felt refreshed, and he could clearly feel that his body had become stronger. Basic Combat LV10, Max, plus 10% hand-to-hand attack, plus 2 SDR, plus 1 END. Many skills would have attribute bonuses when they reached a certain level. When a character's level reached the upper limit, they could also increase their combat power through skills. Galaxy had a different level upper limit in every version, and in future versions, there would be a saying, Max level is just the beginning. Basic combat has reached the upper limit. You have received 1 potential point. Great, 16 potential points. Han Xiao spent some more EXP to raise basic shooting to LV8. He still had about 20,000 EXP left, and he was ready to gamble on 2 blueprints. There were 2 uses for blueprints. One was to keep them as a trump card in battle and never reveal them. The other was to sell them, accepting orders from others to earn EXP and money. Normal mechanic players could only sell their blueprints to other players, while the big guilds and clubs controlled the opportunities to trade with NPCs. However, Han Xiao had no competitors, so he could get ahead of them. What he needed the most now was blueprints to sell and gain EXP. Division 13 was a potential market with a lot of potential customers, and there were more opportunities than the Germinal organization's base. There were a few blueprints in his memory that should sell well. Do you wish to proceed with Knowledge Fusion, Basic Weaponry plus Basic Assembly? 10,000 EXP will be consumed. Confirm. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing Retractable Blade. Do you wish to proceed with Knowledge Fusion, Basic Weaponry plus Basic Materials? 10,000 EXP will be consumed. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing High Explosive Ammunition. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. High Explosive Ammunition was the best invention that he had thought of. Ammunition was suitable for all kinds of carriers, and it was not difficult to make. In the game in his previous life, ammunition had the highest sales volume. Furthermore, because it involved chemical engineering, it was very difficult to replicate, and it had an innate confidentiality. However, the retractable saber made Han Xiaoshan feel complicated. This was a metal saber with a guard on the hilt. The guard was a well-proportioned rectangle with 0.5 to 0.8 meters of blades folded and hidden in the hilt. It was portable and secretive, and the blade could be ejected at any time during battle. It could be controlled through the mechanism on the hilt. The advantage was that it was sudden, and it was a must-have for home and traveling. It was not that this saber was not good, but the problem was that this saber was a standard equipment for newbies. The retractable knife was cheap to make, had low technical requirements, and could be easily replicated. Even the security measures were not good. An official mechanic would be able to understand the structure of the retractable knife just by looking at it. To Han Xiao, this was somewhat awkward. It would be great if it was a ranged weapon. This kind of melee weapon with no special effects was not very popular. One is good, one is bad. Could it be that I'm a hybrid, a combination of African and European bloodlines? Fortunately, these 2 blueprints did not exist on Blue Star, so Han Xiao had many opportunities to work on them. The theories that mechanics learned were the same, but there were many different kinds of applications. Learning the basic theories did not mean that one would be able to create all the inventions that applied those theories. In the real world before Han Xiao transmigrated, there were still civilian scientists creating new inventions every year. Regardless of how practical they were, there were still many possibilities. These 2 blueprints were the focus of Han Xiao's next work. He had obtained 600,000 EXP by assembling firearms in the Germinal organization's base, so he would definitely have more opportunities in Star Dragon. When he officially joined Division 13, it would be time for him to reap the rewards. At this time, a new notification popped up on the interface. Grade A mission, Slumbering in the Dust. Current progress, 6% Division 13 is making a move. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He had revealed the information of the 3 bases to Division 13, so it could be considered as an indirect contribution to his mission progress. 6% was not too little, but it was too much. He knew better than anyone how powerful the Germinal organization was, and a base should not have reached 6% progress. Han Xiao did not expect that the attack on the base would cause the Germinal organization's leader to suspect the higher-ups. This was the main event. In his previous life, the battle between the Germinal organization and the 6 nations lasted until the end of version 1.0, if not for the mutation disaster in version 2.0, the 2 sides should have been evenly matched. There was a period of time when the germinal organization was at a disadvantage and could have been destroyed, but the Six Nations were terrified. This was all because of the germinal organization's trump card, the Death Hand system. This was an automatic missile counterattack program that had been set up long ago. Once the germinal organization was on the verge of collapse, it would release all the missiles in its inventory and attack the preset targets automatically. Even if the Six Nations could intercept 95% of the missiles, the remaining missiles would still cause irreversible damage to the planet. This was the germinal organization's last resort, mutual destruction. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Han Xiao to achieve a 100% success rate unless he could crack the Death Hand system. The Death Hand system was the trump card that the germinal organization revealed at the last moment. Although it prevented the germinal organization from being destroyed, many germinal organization members were shaken. Those who worked for the germinal organization first wanted to take revenge on the Six Nations, and second, they wanted to follow the germinal organization's ideology and create a new regime. When the germinal organization's trump card clashed with its ideology, a large number of members would be lost. No one wanted the world to be destroyed, so if someone could expose it, Han Xiao shook his head. This matter was still too far away, so he suppressed it in his heart. Not long after, Feng Jun finally arrived and brought Han Xiao to the interrogation room. As usual, it was the head of the intelligence department who spoke to him. The information from the base has been confirmed. We believe in your sincerity. The higher-ups have decided to accept you as a member of Division 13. It's done. Han Xiao secretly sighed in relief. His relationship with the tall old man had worked. He was not naive enough to think that the higher-ups would agree to let him join Division 13. There had to be a secret deal behind it. The germinal organization has decided to let you join the Covert Operations Department. You will be assigned to an action team. Han Xiao's expression became strange. In the new era, countless elites and talents who had lost their countries were wandering outside. The Six Nations intelligence agencies had relaxed their recruitment requirements and started to recruit non-national members. However, the Covert Operations Department was an ace department, and they still had a certain level of loyalty to their members. This was undoubtedly the work of the tall old man. That old man thinks so highly of me. Joining the Covert Operations Department was a good thing for him. He could interact with many powerful people in the department, and he would also have the opportunity to go out and participate in the events and opportunities that happened outside of Stardragon. This was very important. According to Han Xiao's original plan, if Division 13 restricted his freedom, he would have defected immediately after the open beta. However, it seemed that there was no need to rush to leave now. A new notification appeared on the interface. You have unlocked a new faction reputation. Stardragon Strategic Defense Department's favorability towards you has increased by 300 points. Stardragon Strategic Defense Department, Division 13 Neutral, 301,000, Level 1 member. A new faction relationship represented new opportunities, missions, events, and benefits. The faction relationship was divided into 8 levels: mortal enemy, hatred, hostile, indifferent, neutral, friendly, respect, and reverence. Basically, the initial favorability towards a new faction was indifferent, and 300 points of favorability would allow one to become neutral. Only when one reached friendly would one be able to exchange favorability and contribution points for resources. Feng Jun took out a black phone and handed it to Han Xiao. There was only his number on it. He coughed and said, "From today onwards, I'm your contact person. Don't turn off your phone." "Oh, so it's just an unimportant mouthpiece, right? Why does your choice of words always annoy me?" Feng Jun said helplessly. The black phone did not have any decorations, and the interface was very simple. It only had the functions of making calls and sending and receiving messages. Han Xiao played with the phone and asked, "Won't it be bugged?" "Don't worry, the line is specially encrypted. There's one more thing. We hope that you can hand in all the mechanical blueprints you know, including the lightweight mechanical arm and the robot you used to kill the bee sting squad. Handing in the blueprints could increase the faction's contribution points, But Han Xiao needed to build machines to grow and level up. If he handed in the blueprints, Division 13 would be able to mass-produce them in the future. What Han Xiao wanted was a cooperation where others would provide the materials, and he would build the machines. Han Xiao shook his head and rejected. What if an agent orders from me privately? We don't care. Han Xiao smiled when he got the answer. All the agents of Division 13 were his potential customers. There was still a long way to go, and the higher-ups of Division 13 would not ruin their cooperation with Han Xiao just for one or two basic blueprints. They were more concerned about the intelligence of the germinal organization. At least the conservatives were rational, while the hardliners were not happy with Han Xiao. The other benefit of joining Division 13 was that Division 13 had a lot of resources, which saved him the trouble of finding materials. He could buy a lot of parts and raw materials with money, as well as many good things that could not be found on the market. After the negotiation, Han Xiao put on the black mask again and was led through the winding corridors to the elevator and left the headquarters. Chapter 37. Han Xiao felt the car stop, and someone pushed him out of the car. He stood there alone for a while, and then heard the sound of the car leaving. Only then did he take off his black mask and look around. He was already at an intersection a few streets away from the repair shop. Several moons hung in the sky. So mysterious. Han Xiao curled his lips. Han Xiao had achieved his goal. He hummed a tune and strolled leisurely. Not long after, he arrived at the repair shop. When he saw that the lights were still on, he cursed under his breath. Lu Qian must be very worried about him after he disappeared for 3 days. As soon as he entered, he saw a worried Lu Qian pacing back and forth. Lu Qian's face darkened. She immediately rushed over and scolded him. "Why are you only back now? Do you know how worried I was? You're an outsider. I thought something had happened to you. I almost called the police." Han Xiao knew that he was in the wrong, so he simply opened his eyes wide like a dead fish and acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. "Where did you go?" "Taking a stroll." Lu Qian was furious. "Can't you find a better excuse?" "I think it's pretty reliable. Yesterday, I saw on the news that there was a gunfight at Kroger's junkyard. I thought something had happened to you." So that was why Lu Qian was so worried. Han Xiao listened to Lu Qian's nagging. He was not annoyed at all. Instead, he felt warm inside. It was not easy to have someone who cared about him. However, this feeling was instantly shattered by Old Man Lu. "I thought you wouldn't come back alive. How disappointing." "Ha ha. Damn old man." Lu Qian gritted her teeth and said, "I'll buy you a new phone in a few days. Don't lose contact again. I'll deduct the phone cost from your salary." "No need. I already have one." Han Xiao took out the black phone. Division 13 said that this number could not be given to others. "I don't want to listen, you bastard." Old Man Lu's eyes flashed. He pulled Han Xiao aside and asked with a frown, "This is Division 13's encrypted phone. You've joined them? Oh, you're quite knowledgeable." Han Xiao gave a perfunctory compliment. "Me. Since you've joined Division 13, why are you still working in my shop? Get the hell out of here. If you want to scram, then scram. Anyway, I'm not scramming." "Aya, you stinking brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you have some ulterior motive for staying in my shop?" Old Man Lu was enraged. Suddenly, his expression changed as he glared at Han Xiao. "Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to my granddaughter. You've misunderstood." Han Xiao suddenly had a bad feeling. Old Man Lu's expression changed several times. In a single second, he went through hostility, contemplation, relief, excitement, sizing up, satisfaction, gratification, benevolence, and so on. It was even more magical than the face-changing of a Sichuan opera. It was as if he was looking at his grandson-in-law, which made Han Xiao's hair stand on end. "Wait, that's not how the script is supposed to go. Little Han, my Xiaoqian isn't young anymore. Why don't you do it?" Han Xiao's expression stiffened. "Old Man Lu, as the saying goes, a forced melon won't be sweet. If you don't force it, you won't even get a melon." My unlucky son's only contribution was to give birth to a granddaughter for me. Our family needs to continue the next generation. You should work hard and get me a great-grandson too. Who's our family with you? Don't create trouble for me. Hehe, you youngsters should be vigorous when it comes to relationships. How can you be so slow? I can only help you up to this point. Old man Lu patted Han Xiao on the shoulder with an unfathomable expression on his face. Then, he slowly walked away, leaving Han Xiao standing there in the wind. An old man who yearns to carry a child is too scary. Han Xiao turned around, only to see Lu Qian standing behind him without him noticing. Her eyes were bright and watery as she stared straight at Han Xiao without saying a word. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Bad guy. Lu Qian covered her red cheeks, turned around, and ran upstairs. Fine, looks like she doesn't believe me. Han Xiao had a pained expression on his face as he facepalmed. What happened today was just too bizarre. Luo Xian couldn't sit still for the past few days. He was worried that Han Xiao would join the logistics department in the future and affect his position. Finally, Luo Xian couldn't take it anymore and asked the department head about Han Xiao's background. His specific information is confidential. The department head was a fat man with a big belly and a smile on his face. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. I can only tell you that he has joined Division 13. Luo Xian felt his heart skip a beat. Will he join the logistics department or the research department? He asked nervously. If he joined the logistics department, he would be able to suppress him. If he joined the research department, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The department head shook his head. Neither. He has been specially recruited to the Covert Operations Department. He will report there in a few days. Luo Xian was caught off guard and was stunned by the news. He didn't even want to come to the logistics department to play with him. How was he supposed to suppress him? He had worked hard for years and still didn't have the qualifications to join the Covert Operations Department. However, that mysterious colleague of his had been specially recruited on the first day. The position that he had always wanted to enter the Covert Operations Department was suddenly taken by someone else. Luo Xian was furious. This was unfair. A week after the gunfight at the junkyard in Crow, the leaders of the other 6 districts gathered to discuss a major event that had happened recently. The territory of District 7 had lost its leader, and Raccoon had disappeared from the world. The other leaders found out through various channels that Raccoon's disappearance had something to do with Division 13, which shocked all the leaders. What exactly did the civet cat do to provoke such a huge monster? The leader of District 2, who was also the initiator of this meeting, said solemnly, Raccoon has gone missing. He has offended someone he shouldn't have. I don't think we'll see him again. All of the bosses present were grieving for the loss of their own kind. Even though they seemed to be very powerful on the outside, everyone knew that Division 13 could make any of them disappear from the face of the earth at any time. Underground forces like them would not even be able to cause a ripple in the ocean. After all, the Western capital was the capital of a country. Although they looked grand, they were nothing more than rats who ate leftovers in the dark corners. They couldn't even compare to the arms dealers and intelligence dealers who did business in the slums. Those people all had powerful backers, while these bosses were nothing more than tools in the hands of some Star Dragon officials. If they didn't like them one day, they could kill them with a single word. Who will take over the territory of District 7? The leaders looked at each other, but no one said anything. Originally, the new territory should have been a new round of profit distribution, but no one said anything. It wasn't that they didn't want Raccoon's territory, but that the situation was still unclear. District 7 had become a tiger's den in their eyes. Who knew if they would get into trouble like Raccoon? The leader of District 2 looked around and said solemnly, no one wants to take over. Everyone was silent. Okay, then let's wait for the newcomer to take over. The leader of District 2 was expressionless. The grey area of District 7 had lost its leader, and it would definitely lead to a bloodbath. Some of the smart people who were suppressed by Raccoon would see a chance to move forward. However, this wasn't because the leaders were willing to give the newcomer a chance. They were waiting for an ambitious cannon fodder to scout the way for them and understand the situation in District 7. When that happened, the leaders would make their move. They would use their complicated forces to get rid of the newcomer and distribute the territory of District 7 internally. It was naturally a good thing to have one less person to share the profits with. They wouldn't allow a new leader to appear who was on equal footing with them. Han Xiao stayed in the repair shop for a few days and begged for an advance of his first month's salary. He then ordered a batch of materials from Division 13. A dark red bullet lay quietly in Han Xiao's palm. There was a flame-shaped pattern engraved on the tip of the bullet. High explosive bullet. After hitting the target, a radius of 3 meters will start to burn, causing continuous burning damage. The introduction was simple, but Han Xiao knew that the real effect was much more powerful than the introduction. The theory behind the high explosive bullet was that it was filled with an extremely flammable and sticky gas as the incendiary agent. It was easier to burn than armor-piercing incendiary bullets, and it didn't require any combustible material to self-ignite. It was a special type of bullet that was specially made for burning. This kind of extreme gas needed to be collected through a chemical reaction and mixed with another inert gas in proportion to prevent it from burning. Using gas as the combustion agent was more difficult to extract than liquid or particle combustion agent. Once the warhead was opened, even in a vacuum environment, the flammable gas could temporarily burn itself out, which naturally had the property of confidentiality. The extraction method of the gas had strict experimental steps on the blueprint. Han Xiao had not learned the energy branch of basic biochemistry yet, so he didn't know the theory behind it. He just had to follow the instructions. Ammunition could be made into various calibers, from handgun bullets to sniper bullets. Furthermore, it was easy to make, very practical, and had a wide market. In the past few days, he had made dozens of high-explosive bullets. Han Xiao also used better steel to make a retractable knife. It weighed 5.3 pounds and weighed 0.65 meters. After folding, the handle was 0.12 meters. It had a melee attack power of 13-19, and its entire body was shiny black. There were many folding patterns on the knife, and the tip of the knife was at a right angle. This kind of newbie melee weapon was not very useful to him, but it was better than nothing. Han Xiao used the experience he gained from making the high-explosive bullets and the retractable knife to level up basic machinery affinity to level 4. The max level of basic machinery affinity was level 5, and he still needed 15,000 EXP. Basic shooting was currently level 8, and he needed 45,000 EXP to level it up to level 4. He only needed to spend another 60,000 EXP to gain 2 more potential points. Every country had different class advancement knowledges, and they treated them as secrets. One of the uses was to attract powerful supers who traveled alone. Planet Aquamarine only had the knowledge of 3 main classes: Esper, Pugilist, and Mechanic. There was not a single novice planet that had the complete knowledge of all 5 main professions. The profession preference questionnaire that the players had at the beginning determined the type of novice planet that the system would assign them to. For example, if one wanted to create machinery on a novice planet with an ancient setting, would it be possible? It was actually possible. However, one would have to manually forge, and smelt. Without a lathe and equipment, one would have to do everything by hand. Furthermore, many things could not be made, and the raw materials were not perfect. The efficiency was extremely low. Coincidentally, the class advancement knowledge that Division 13 had was related to mechanics' armed forces. However, it was only available to high authority personnel, and only those who were at least respected could browse it. Han Xiao thought to himself. If he wanted to obtain class advancement knowledge in a short period of time, he would have to take the opportunity to do something unexpected. Thus, his class advancement mission would fall on Division 13's shoulders. Currently, there was no opportunity, so he could only wait. Han Xiao did not forget about the order from the repair shop. To him, it was not considered work at all. For the past few days, Lu Qian had been avoiding Han Xiao everywhere, not daring to look him in the eye. After a few words, she would run away with a red face. This made Han Xiao feel very helpless. It's all old man Lu's fault. This old baldy is still laughing at the side. Come here if you have the guts. I'll show you a treasure. Lu Qian's feelings toward Han Xiao were very complicated. More than once, she asked herself, do I hate Han Xiao? The answer was no. But do I like Han Xiao? The answer was also no. It was definitely not a love between a man and a woman. To be more precise, it should be appreciation. However, if she rejected Han Xiao directly, would Han Xiao quit in anger? Lu Qian could not bear to part with such a good, cheap assistant. Thus, Lu Qian was very conflicted. She avoided Han Xiao, worried that Han Xiao would ask her to give a direct answer. She tossed a coin in her heart. If he confesses, what should I do? Ignoring Lu Qian's conflicted thoughts, Han Xiao's phone rang. Feng Jun sent a message, your credentials have been approved. You'll be reporting in today. You're finally here. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Chapter 38. The Dragon Horn Tower was the core of the government, and it was not open to outsiders. The headquarters of Division 13 was located under the Dragon Horn Tower, and there were many secret tunnels. Han Xiao followed Feng Jun through an underground air raid tunnel for half an hour before arriving at the headquarters. This was the first time he had come to the headquarters without blindfolded. It's so hard to find this godforsaken place. It's only safe if it's hard to find. Feng Jun swiped his ID card, and the metal door opened. The moment he entered, he saw a spacious hall filled with people coming and going. Han Xiao originally thought that the atmosphere of the secret organization would be gloomy, but he did not expect Division 13 to be so well lit. Even though it was underground, the air was not turbid at all. If Han Xiao could see the blueprint, he would know that Division 13's height was exactly the same as the height of the Dragon Horn Tower. It was a heavily guarded underground base. Feng Jun handed Han Xiao a mask and a Level 1 clearance card from Stardragon's Strategic Defense Bureau. It's best not to let too many people know what you look like. Put it on. The mask was black with a naked but embroidered on it. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Feng Jun, who was trying to hold back his laughter. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and put it on. Feng Jun pursed his lips and coughed. He quickly covered his mouth. Hee. Han Xiao grabbed Feng Jun's sleeve, tore a piece of cloth, and put it on his face. He then stuffed the revealing mask into Feng Jun's pocket. Keep this for yourself. Feng Jun's heart ached. This is my new uniform. Han Xiao suddenly felt someone staring at him. He turned around and saw an unfamiliar young man in a white lab coat staring at him. His eyes were filled with anger, as if he was his sworn enemy. Why is he so angry? Han Xiao was confused. Feng Jun recognized Luo Xian, but he didn't know how to explain it. Smiling bitterly, he said, this. Just treat him as air. Luo Xian had never seen Han Xiao's true face, but he was certain that the masked man beside Feng Jun was the real deal. He watched them leave for the Secret Operations Department, and his eyes were practically spitting fire. The Secret Operations Department had its own floor, and there were obviously fewer people than the other departments. The rendezvous point was the team meeting room. After sending them to the door, Feng Jun left. Han Xiao pushed open the door and entered. Li Lin, Lambert, and Lin Yarrow were already waiting for him. Li Lin's legs were propped up on the conference table. Lambert was quietly cleaning his military knife with his head lowered. Lin Yarrow was sitting upright with his hands on his knees. Are you the logistics member that the director specially approved to join our team? Li Lin stood up and circled around Han Xiao, sizing him up curiously. Special approval from the bureau chief. Logistics member? Han Xiao looked at Li Lin from head to toe. This woman was tall and curvy. She was wearing a yellow sweatshirt with a black bodysuit underneath. Her facial features were delicate, and her eyes were lively. She was at least a 90. Of all the women that Han Xiao had met, only Hela could compete with her in terms of looks. I'm Han Xiao, a mechanic. Lin Yarrow stood up nervously. His movements were so sudden that he knocked into the chair. He extended his hand and said cautiously, Hello. I'm Lin Yarrow, the team's hacker. Lambert sat still and said calmly, I'm Lambert, a sniper. Han Xiao shook hands with Lin Yarrow. He didn't mind Lambert's cold attitude. This burly guy was obviously the type that didn't talk much. Why are you wearing a mask? Li Lin blinked her big eyes. She wanted to take off Han Xiao's mask out of curiosity. Han Xiao dodged. Don't you trust us? Why are you hiding your head and showing your tail? Li Lin grumbled. Han Xiao paused for a moment and said, My identity is confidential. Since he was assigned to Li Lin's team, it meant that the higher-ups felt that these people were trustworthy. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for him to show his face. However, Han Xiao felt that not showing his face would save him a lot of trouble. He could imagine what would happen if he showed his face. Aren't you the wanted criminal? Why did the Bureau let you join us? Why is the Germinal organization after you? What did you do? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. In order to avoid a series of questions that would waste time, Han Xiao felt that it was better to keep his face covered. He wouldn't stay in Division 13 forever. This was just a springboard for him. Apart from the higher-ups, the fewer people who knew his identity, the better. Your identity is confidential? Wait a minute. Li Lin suddenly thought of something. She quickly approached Han Xiao and asked expectantly, Are you the one who created the lightweight mechanical arm? Han Xiao was stunned. How did you know? Haha, so it's really you. Li Lin cheered. She put her arm around Han Xiao's shoulder and said casually, As long as you help me build the mechanical arm, I'll protect you. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. I'll charge you, he said righteously. Li Lin looked up and laughed. Can I get a discount? She asked softly. No. Stingy. Li Lin pouted. I still don't know your name. Han Xiao was speechless at this beauty who acted so friendly. Li Lin, in charge of close combat. Li Lin pouted. Han Xiao glanced at the three and asked, So the four of us are a team? No, there's still the captain. He's the attacker. Where is he? Han Xiao looked left and right. He rummaged through the trash can but didn't see anyone hiding. There's no need to look. The captain is recuperating. Han Xiao's tone became serious. Even the captain can't avoid injuries. It seems that the work of the Covert Operations Department is very dangerous. The three of them looked at each other awkwardly. Lin Yarrow said embarrassedly, The captain is hospitalized because of food poisoning. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Lin Yarrow coughed and started explaining the structure of the Covert Operations Department. The Covert Operations Department is in charge of special, high-difficulty missions. The department's structure is based on a team system. 4 to 7 people form a team. Every month, you only have to complete the mandatory missions assigned by the department. You can arrange your free time. The structure is so lax. Han Xiao was surprised. He thought that such an ace department would be very busy. That's because the members of the Covert Operations Department are all elites. Some of the Secret Service agents are specially recruited. They're not directly related to Division 13. Uncle Lambert is one of them. He used to be the ace of a special forces team and was specially recruited to join Division 13. Lin Yarrow scratched his face embarrassedly. He felt that he was boasting. He wasn't as thick-skinned as Han Xiao. Your position is logistics. You're in charge of providing logistics equipment and dispatching supplies. During specific operations, you're in charge of gathering, coordinating, and organizing intelligence. You're also our eyes and ears. That's your job. That's easy. But I want to fight monsters. Han Xiao could understand this arrangement. He had a lot of intelligence, and the higher-ups of Division 13 wouldn't let him take the risk. As the saying went, there was a price to pay. He had the protection of Division 13, a safe environment for development, monopolized a faction's potential market, and accepted orders to build machines to farm experience. All in all, he had profited. The mechanic class was weak in the early stages, and their combat power was relatively weak. They were more focused on logistics, and technical work was the main source of experience. The guns and bullets used to kill monsters all cost money, unlike the pugilist class and the esper class, which had powerful killing power. "Does our team have a name?" Han Xiao suddenly asked. "A team name?" Li Lin curled her lips. "We don't have anything fancy." "Oh, pragmatism." Han Xiao admired her. The four of them chatted for a while. They finally met their future teammates. Lin Yarrow looked at the computer and suddenly said, "The department gave us a mission to capture the black spider hiding in the western capital." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "They just joined, and they already have a mission? It should be the department's intention to let them familiarize themselves with the new team." Li Lin said lazily, "Black Spider? I know this guy. He's a notorious bounty hunter and solo mercenary. The last time the field department failed to capture him, he blew up 2 streets with explosives. I didn't expect him to still dare to stay in the western capital." "When do we set off?" Lambert asked curtly. "There's no rush. The intelligence department has already confirmed his location. It's better to move at night." Lin Yarrow said to Han Xiao, "This is your first mission. You should get used to the logistics work first." The three of them didn't care about Han Xiao's identity. Being able to join the Secret Service meant that the higher-ups trusted him. "You have triggered the Level E mission, Black Spider. Accept decline?" "Accept." Mission tip: Black Spider, a notorious assassin and bounty hunter. This is your first mission after joining the Secret Operations Department. As backup, your duty is to assist the team in completing this mission. Mission requirement: defeat Black Spider. Reward: 5,000 EXP. Chapter 39. Black Spider. After all, this was a mini-boss level character. Logically speaking, such a mission should be rated D, and the reward should be at least 30,000 experience points. Galaxy's mission mechanics were very detailed. Even if a team of players accepted the same mission, the mission requirements would be slightly different, and different rewards would be given according to the player's level and position. Some business players did not like to fight monsters and focused on manufacturing and logistics. When they joined a team to accept a mission, the difficulty and rewards would be reduced. For example, when it came to fighting monsters, the combat players who charged at the front and had the most responsibilities would have the highest rewards, followed by healers and support players. Logistics players who followed the team to gain experience would have the lowest rewards, which reduced the situation of rich players paying for a team to farm experience. Han Xiao hated this system in his previous life, and it caused his farming business to be very quiet. Instead, his most popular business was helping people to seek revenge, and he had trained himself to the peak of PK. Han Xiao was in such a situation. The reason the reward was reduced was obviously because he was the backup in this mission, so he did not have to fight Black Spider himself. The reward was directly linked to the difficulty of the mission. Sigh, although it's a little less, at least it's better than no experience. Han Xiao could only comfort himself with this. At least he had another source of experience points. According to his understanding of Black Spider, this mission was a free 5,000 experience points. Li Lin's Secret Service team could defeat Black Spider with their eyes closed. What he cared about was the special reward. There was no need to think too much about it. He knew exactly what the hidden request was. Just as Lin Yarrow had said, he had to capture Black Spider. Black Spider's ability was very difficult to deal with. Capturing him was 10 times more difficult than defeating him. Until now, no one knew that Black Spider was an Esper. His ability was only revealed after the open beta. However, Han Xiao knew the weakness of Black Spider's ability very well. The system was inanimate, and it would only judge the difference in strength based on the interface. The probability of him completing the hidden requirement was very low. If the team listened to his command, he was 80% sure that he could capture Black Spider. I think it's worth a try, Han Xiao thought. Li Lin was still thinking about the lightweight mechanical arm. She asked, "How much does it cost to order? How long will it take to get the goods?" A lightweight mechanical arm costs 20,000 renminbi, 10,000 renminbi in advance. You provide the materials, and I'll build it for you. You'll get the goods in 2 days. Li Lin's face turned bitter. It was almost as much as her monthly salary, but she still decided to buy it. She was going to act at night, and there wasn't enough time. She didn't give up and asked, "Do you have any other machines?" Han Xiao thought for a moment. He didn't want to expose the high-explosive bullets for the time being, so he took out the retractable machete. The black metal handle of the machete attracted the three's attention. "What's the use of this?" Li Lin was confused. Han Xiao smiled and pressed the micromechanism on the hilt with his finger. With a sudden swing, sections of the blade were thrown out of the hilt. Immediately, it turned into a nearly 70 centimeters long black alloy blade, which was very sharp. "This thing is called the retractable saber." Li Lin's eyes lit up. She had chosen the staff as her weapon because of its portability, and the retractable battle knife was even better. Not only was it more stealthy, it was also more powerful. She extended her hand towards the retractable battle knife, but Han Xiao dodged. 1,000 for one. Han Xiao laughed. The cost of the retractable battle knife was only about 300 yuan. He was kind enough not to offer 2,000 yuan. "Cheapskate. You're such a money grubber." Li Lin fumed. She took out her wallet and gave him 1,000 yuan. Han Xiao then passed the retractable battle knife to her and explained in detail how to use it. Li Lin immediately started playing with it. Lambert suddenly said, "I want to order 10 of them. Can they be reduced to about 30 centimeters?" Business had come knocking. Han Xiao was overjoyed and nodded. "No problem. I hope to get them before the operation tonight." "Sure, as long as the materials are in place." The initial shape of the retractable battle knife could be polished in batches using a press lathe. Lin Yarrow hesitated. "I also want to buy one for self-defense." Han Xiao was a little surprised. The retractable battle knife was a novice weapon. Why was it so popular among agents? What he didn't know was that the Research and Development Department was always behind the scenes, so the agents of Division 13 were hungry for new equipment. Although the retractable battle knife was simple, it was often only portable and covert equipment that could be used for complex missions. The close combat weapons of the special agents were generally daggers. Think about it, if you were to encounter the special agents of other forces, the enemy would pull out a dagger that was more than 10 centimeters long, while you would pull out a saber that was almost 1 meter long. You would win in terms of momentum. It was the same principle as comparing the length of a man's knife in the toilet. The materials were provided by Lambert and Lin Yarrow. Han Xiao borrowed the logistics department's private workshop. The equipment was very advanced, and it greatly reduced the manufacturing time of the retractable battle knife. Before the operation at night, Han Xiao had already manufactured 11 custom-made retractable battle knives in batches. He received 11,000 aquamarine dollars. He only paid the cost of the technology, but he also gained a lot of experience points. He earned about 8,000 experience points. It was a small profit. This made him even more certain that there was a huge potential market for the retractable battle knife. Li Lin and the other two took the equipment and set off to hunt down Black Spider. Han Xiao stayed in the Covert Operations Department to take charge of logistics and organize the details of the mission sent by the Intelligence Department. The pinhole cameras and mini earphones of the 3 teammates were connected to the 3 computer screens in front of Han Xiao. The images and sounds were synchronized, and Han Xiao could see what the 3 of them were going through. His responsibility was to monitor the situation at all times, and to give out hints and orders, which was equivalent to the role of a commander. Of course, Han Xiao was a newbie. Although the 3 of them didn't say it out loud, they didn't completely trust his judgment. This mission was not difficult, and they only let Han Xiao be the commander to train the team. However, it was impossible for them to completely follow orders. The 3 of them were all experienced agents, and they had their own judgment. Han Xiao's instructions could at most be used as a reference. Han Xiao was very calm. Not to mention his experience in leading a 50-man team in a dungeon, his advantage in intelligence was enough for him to do this job. Black Spider, an Esper, was very difficult to deal with. He was listed as the most difficult boss to kill in Blue Star version 1.0. At night, the stars shone brightly. The slum was located in District 8. Unlike the bustling cities in other districts, this place was very dilapidated. The houses here did not have roofs, only canopies made of scrap metal and canvas. They were tightly packed together, causing the streets to be very narrow. All kinds of wet clothes with patches were hung on the balconies, and the streets were littered with trash. A large number of drug dealers, prostitutes, hooligans, and homeless people lived here. The security here was very poor, and the intelligence department said that Black Spider was hiding here. Lin and the other two were fully armed. Although Lin Yarrow was a hacker, he had also received firearms training and had a certain level of combat ability. Chapter 40. The building in front is Black Spider's hiding place. He lives on the 3rd floor, so he should be very alert. Let's not make any noise, Lin said softly. Han Xiao's voice came from the earpiece. Don't be so careful. Black Spider has already discovered you. How do you know? Lin curled her lips in disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, continuous gunshots tore through the silence of the night. A series of bullets were shot from above. Lin and the other two immediately rolled and dodged. They hid in the corner of an alley with a dignified expression. When were they discovered? Although the three of them would not have been injured by such a simple sneak attack, they would not have reacted so quickly without Han Xiao's reminder. Thinking of this, Lin's eyes turned serious as she solemnly fixed her earpiece. A man stood at the top of the hill where the bullets came from. He had a sinister smile on his face, and he did not hide his arrogance at all. He had a black spider tattoo on the left side of his face, and he was wearing a black combat suit and holding an assault rifle. He waved his hand, and 10 masked men in black appeared from all over the alley with guns in their hands. They surrounded Lin and the other two. The information was wrong. How could he have help? Lin Yarrow's eyes widened. Lin's heart sank. Black Spider sneered. I dared to stay in the West Capital. Did you think I would be unprepared? Division 13 made me suffer the last time. I, Black Spider, am a vengeful person. Since you dare to extend your claws at me, I will chop off your claws. The Black Spider was a solo bounty hunter and assassin. He was infamous in the underground world. He could often set up a series of traps before the target realized it, leaving the target with nowhere to run. It was like a spider web. Lin suddenly turned around and kicked the wall. A bright yellow light flashed, and the wall collapsed. The falling rocks formed a barrier that blocked the enemy's vision. In the early stage of the pugilist class, energy was attached to their weapons, giving them extraordinary strength. Lin was a level E fighter with an energy rank of 300 owner and a level of 25. Black Spider led his masked men to surround the three of them and used their firepower to suppress them. Lin and Lambert pulled Lin Yarrow along, using the terrain of the alleyway as cover. Fortunately, they were strong enough to avoid being hit by a single shot in such a perilous situation. However, they were still forced into a dead end. Black Spider and his men blocked the entrance of the alley. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With an intoxicated expression, he murmured, "Little insects that have fallen into the net, every strand of your hair is emitting fear. You think you've already won?" Lin raised an eyebrow and gave Lambert a look. Black Spider acted as if he had just heard something unbelievable. He looked at the 10 teammates behind him in an exaggerated manner. He opened his arms wide and said arrogantly, "I only need to give the order and you will all be turned into sieves. Where did you get the courage to challenge me?" Lin said in a low voice, "Then why aren't you making a move? Killing you won't do me any good. If I take you hostage, I can still get a ransom." Black Spider shook his finger. Everything was under his control. He knew that his words would be transmitted to Division 13 through the 3 agents' earpieces. He liked the feeling of showing off. Suddenly, he laughed sinisterly. "But I only need one of you." Black Spider waved his hand and was about to give the order to open fire when Li Lin suddenly jumped up. Her feet glowed with a bright yellow light. She stepped on the wall and jumped left and right. Her movements were graceful, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. She closed the distance between them at high speed. "Kill her." Black Spider's face tightened. His men started firing at Li Lin, but they could not hit her. She was so fast that she left after images. Only a few bullets hit her body, but they turned into small pieces of metal on her clothes. Li Lin's tight-fitting clothes were sewn with ceramic fiber bulletproof fabric. Bullets could not penetrate them at all. Her body was strong enough to withstand the kinetic energy of bullets. She was not afraid of gunmen at all. Her previous escape was to show weakness to the enemy. She wanted to draw Black Spider's attention so that the enemy could gather together and catch them all in one fell swoop. Lambert took advantage of the short moment when the enemy's attention was diverted. He grabbed the knife pouch at his waist, and 4 throwing knives hit the throats of 4 people in the blink of an eye. The rest of them were shocked. Half of them wanted to turn their guns on Lambert, but Li Lin stomped on the wall and shattered it. Rubble rained down like rain, blocking the attacks of Black Spider and his subordinates. Along with the rubble, Li Lin swooped down like a hunting eagle. Li Lin pulled out the hilt of the retractable machete from her waist and slashed down. When the machete was 30 centimeters away from the enemy slightly raised his head, thinking that he could dodge it. Suddenly, the machete grew out of the ground and instantly closed the distance between them. With a flash of the machete, the enemy's neck was slit open. Surprise was another advantage of the retractable knife. Good weapon. Li Lin's eyes lit up. The result of a normal gunner being closed in on by a pugilist was self-evident. 30 seconds later, blood splattered everywhere, and only Black Spider, whose hands were cut off, was left lying on the ground. Li Lin snorted and put away the retractable knife. She was very satisfied with this weapon, which could be extended or shortened at will. "Well done," Han Xiao praised. He hadn't said a word earlier, so he wasn't worried that the 3 of them would die here. Thank you," Lin Yarrow said nervously. "That doesn't include you." Lin Yarrow lowered his head dejectedly. He hadn't been of any use earlier. "Little girl, you can't kill me." The heavily injured Black Spider laughed in a hoarse voice. He looked at Li Lin with a mocking expression. Lambert didn't say anything. He pulled out his gun and shot Black Spider in the head. Red and white blood splattered all over the ground. Li Lin and Lin Yarrow looked at Lambert in silence. Lambert was expressionless. "Why don't you try and find out?" Sigh. "So what if he's dead? The higher-ups didn't let us leave him alive anyway. I'm going to take a shower when I get back. My whole body is covered in blood. It stinks." Li Lin stretched her body. At this time, Han Xiao spoke up. "Don't relax. Black Spider is still alive." Li Lin almost sprained her waist. She pointed at the mangled corpse and said, "How can he be alive like this?" Han Xiao calmly said, "He's an Esper. His ability is very difficult to deal with. You'll know when you lift the mask of the first masked man on the left." Lin Yarrow hesitated. "But there's never been any information about Black Spider being an Esper on the dark web." "You might be mistaken." Li Lin pursed her lips. "It's not a might, it's definitely a mistake. Hey newbie, I understand that you're eager to contribute, but you can't make up fake information to fool us." Han Xiao was speechless. "Silly girl, it's time for you to fill in the blanks." Chapter 41. Why don't you give it a try? Lambert was clearly a man of action. Following Han Xiao's request, he removed the mask of the masked man, only to discover that there were no facial features under the mask. The other 2 were shocked to see that the masked man had no facial features. This isn't a human." Lin Yarrow was horrified. She lifted everyone's masks and saw that they were all faceless men. At that moment, The faceless man that Han Xiao had pointed out started to change. A black spider tattoo slowly appeared on his face, and his facial features gradually became more prominent. He looked exactly like Black Spider, and his wounds started to heal. Then, the eyelids of the corpse started to move, as if he was about to wake up. Crush his head. Han Xiao's tone was cold. Lambert immediately shot the faceless man. Han Xiao repeated this process over and over again, and every time, he would be able to find the faceless man in advance. Li Yalin and Lin Yarrow were shocked, but they suppressed their doubts and followed Han Xiao's instructions obediently. Although they did not know how Han Xiao knew about Black Spider's secret, it did not stop them from trusting Han Xiao's judgment. When it came to the last faceless man, Han Xiao said, "Don't kill him. Break his limbs." No one objected. The three did as they were told. The last faceless man was now Black Spider. He opened his eyes in shock. "How did you know about my Esper ability?" This was Black Spider's Esper ability. Every once in a while, Black Spider could create a faceless man's clone. The clone had no intelligence. As long as it was within a certain range of Black Spider, it would follow orders. Otherwise, it would fall into a deep sleep. Every clone was equivalent to Black Spider's second life. He could constantly be reborn in the nearest clone. As long as there was a clone, he would not die. This Esper ability was not offensive, but it was extremely resilient. It was like a cockroach that could not be killed. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Black Spider's Esper ability had changed his life essence. His physical body could no longer restrain him. Black Spider's Esper body had become a form of mental energy that lived in the clones he created. As long as there was a clone, he would not be killed by physical means. Black Spider was in disbelief. He had never revealed his ability to anyone. This was the secret that he relied on for a living. How did it get leaked? Could it be that he had been too active recently, causing someone to vaguely guess his ability? Han Xiao looked at Black Spider's shocked expression on the screen and chuckled. If it had been some unknown boss, he might not have remembered it. However, in his previous life, Black Spider was famous for being difficult to kill. It had left a deep impression on him. At this time, Black Spider's development of his ability was still very low, so it was the best time to deal with him. With Han Xiao's insight, he could see that this ability had a lot of value, but Black Spider had died early in his previous life, so he couldn't develop this ability to a higher level. You ask how he died? Although the Black Spider's ability was difficult to deal with, it was still far from being unsolvable. As long as the Black Spider's soul was crushed into powder on a spiritual level, the Black Spider would be completely dead. However, as mentioned before, there were very few psychic ability users in Blue Star, so the players could not kill Black Spider at all. Therefore, Black Spider was listed in the hardest boss to kill in version 1.0 list by Blue Star players. Well, Black Spider himself thought so too. Then, he met Hela, and there was no more after that. There were all kinds of strange abilities in the Esper class, and it was different from the other 4 superclasses. It required the awakening of the gene potion to change class, and only after that would one need to learn the Esper class knowledge. Every player only had one chance to use the gene potion. Once it failed, the account would never be able to change class, and the success rate of the awakening depended on the type of potion used. Your hunch was right. This thing was rumored to be a pay-to-win item in the game store, and it cost money. The gene potion with the lowest success rate cost as high as €398, and the one with the highest success rate, Deluxe Perfect Gene Awakening Fluid, cost €4,999. Furthermore, the highest success rate was only 18%, and it did not take into account the potential level of the awakened Esper. 60% of the players who could afford the potion would grit their teeth and try to see if they could awaken their Esper. The game company made a lot of money from this. Han Xiao had also gritted his teeth and bought the potion in his previous life. However, with his character, the results were unquestionable. In the end, he came to the conclusion that Esper players were either lucky or just rich. Black Spider quickly calmed down. I have countless doppelgangers. Even if you destroy this body, you still won't be able to kill me. On the other hand, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, you won't be able to live a single day of peace. Sooner or later, I'll break your necks with my own hands. Lambert raised his hand and was about to shoot when Han Xiao hurriedly stopped him. Just say what I say, he said to Li Yalin. Therefore, Li Yalin followed Han Xiao's instructions through the earpiece and mimicked him. She put on a mysterious expression and said, "Countless clones? Stop bluffing. You can only have 50 doppelgangers at most. There are 10 corpses here. You can leave the rest of your doppelgangers in hiding places all over the world. Those doppelgangers are your trump cards." Black Spider's eyes widened in disbelief. It was understandable that someone had guessed the basic characteristics of his Esper ability, but the specifics were his deepest secrets. No one else could have known about them. Someone had completely figured out his Esper ability. Who? Who could it be? Could it be an Esper with the ability to read minds? As long as this doppelganger of yours is alive, you won't be able to be reborn. We can't kill you, but we can lock you up for life. Black Spider's expression changed. He wanted to bite off his tongue, but Lambert was faster and dislocated his lower jaw. Black Spider couldn't die. He glared at Li Yalin in shock and anger. Finally scared, huh? Li Yalin saw Black Spider's shocked expression and knew that Han Xiao was right. The three of them looked at each other and had the same thought. Who was Han Xiao? Why did Division 13 treat his identity as a secret? Why did he know such a secret? Reinforcements arrived soon after. They put Black Spider in a restraining suit and took him away. At the same time, Han Xiao received a notification that he had completed his mission. Level E mission, Black Spider, completed. You have received 5000 EXP, hidden requirement, capture Black Spider completed. Please select the special reward, 40,000 EXP Spirit Stabilizer. The Spirit Stabilizer was used to increase one's mental resistance to a certain extent. It was a mechanical device that was used against the magical civilization. Blue Star didn't have many psychic or magical professions, and there weren't many psychic espers either. Han Xiao naturally chose the more practical 40,000 EXP Hela. He probably wouldn't have to face her for a long time. You have received 40,000 EXP, not bad, Han Xiao said happily. The three of them returned to the Covert Operations Department. The moment they entered, Li Yalin rushed over and asked curiously, "How did you know about Black Spider's Esper ability?" Han Xiao smiled mysteriously. "Give me 1,000,000, and I'll tell you." Li Yalin was immediately discouraged. "By the way, how are you going to deal with Black Spider?" Lin Yarrow scratched his head. "I heard that the higher-ups are going to send him to Bell of Death Island prison. He'll have to wear a restraining suit 24 hours a day, and he'll be fed liquid food to sustain his life. He won't be able to die even if he wants to." The Bell of Death Island prison was a super prison built by the Six Nations. It was isolated in the sea, and there was no way to escape. The people locked up there were all extremely evil people, super criminals, wanderers, warlords, experts and leaders of underground forces, and so on. Once they were on the island, it was tantamount to sounding the death knell for life. They would lose their freedom forever. There was no other way to leave other than death. This was the meaning of Bell of Death Island. Han Xiao was very satisfied with this decision. Black Spider's Esper ability was indeed very troublesome. If they were targeted by a lunatic who couldn't be killed, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. The first mission was a perfect success, and the team had a slight tacit understanding. After saying goodbye to each other, they prepared to go back to their own homes. At this time, Feng Jun walked over with a helpless look on his face. "The Internal Affairs Department wants you to go through the investigation." Han Xiao saw that his expression was not right and asked, "Hasn't my entry into the Bureau already been approved?" "The Internal Affairs Department has applied for a second investigation." This is their reasonable authority, and the upper echelons have no reason to object. Plus, you know that your previous identity is more sensitive. Feng Jun lowered his voice and said, "The upper echelons have two opinions about you. The Intelligence Department, the Logistics Department, and the rest of the conservatives are more inclined to cooperate with you. However, the hardliners led by the Internal Affairs Department don't think so. I'm afraid they will drag you down. Han Xiao understood. Indeed, where there were people, there was competition. After arriving at the Internal Affairs Department, Han Xiao's height and weight were checked, and he was brought to an interrogation room to be investigated by the Internal Affairs Department's inspector alone. Name: Han Xiao. Gender: female. The veins on the inspector's forehead bulged, and he decided to bear with it. Age: 30. Oh no, 31. The inspector slammed the table and shouted, "Be more cooperative." Han Xiao said casually, "Don't ask about gender and age. You don't care about that in the first place. Can't you just skip to the background check?" The inspector snorted angrily. Continue: "Family. I'm an orphan. I have no family." "Where were you born?" "Buzhou Mountain." "Nonsense, we didn't check your birth record." Sure enough, no one in this world could accept this. Han Xiao smacked his lips. "Ask your upper echelons." Of course, the upper echelons would not reveal his confidential information to the ordinary members. This investigation was just a formality. The Internal Affairs Department just wanted to warn or disgust him. The inspector listened to the instructions in the earpiece and did not continue to ask. He held back his anger and began the psychological evaluation. The psychological evaluation questions were all describing some situations and asking Han Xiao to make a choice. After he answered randomly, the inspector sealed the information and handed it to the upper echelons. The investigation was over. The inspector suddenly said coldly, "The Internal Affairs Department is watching you at all times. Don't let us catch you." "So you mean you can't do anything to me now?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, turned around and patted the inspector's butt and left happily. Chapter 42. After the first mission, he should be quite free for a period of time. Han Xiao returned to the repair shop and started thinking about how to open up a market. The retractable knife seemed to be quite popular, and Han Xiao wanted to let more agents of Division 13 know about him as a mechanic. After thinking for a while, he called Li Yarlin and asked her to help spread the news. After some coaxing, Han Xiao successfully persuaded Li Yarlin to help him promote the retractable knife. However, there was a problem. Han Xiao was building machines in the repair shop, but the lathes and equipment were limited. Moreover, Lu Qian was watching, so it was not convenient for Han Xiao to mass-produce machines. After thinking for a while, he decided to lay his cards on the table with Lu Qian. "Sister Qian, I have something to tell you." Lu Qian shuddered and sighed inwardly. "This day has finally come. Oh well, I've already prepared myself mentally. I want to tell you something. Actually, Lu Qian suddenly turned around and bowed deeply. She stammered, "I'm sorry. You're a good person." The atmosphere was awkward. The two of them stared at each other. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. "Although I don't want to pursue you, I'm not happy that you rejected me in such a hurry. You've misunderstood. I'll renovate the repair shop and build a new independent room next to it. I'll work there in the future. My friend will pay for the renovations. It's like expanding the repair shop. What do you think?" So it was a misunderstanding. Lu Qian's body shook. She was so embarrassed that her heart almost exploded. She forced herself to calm down and said, "Okay, very good. I agree." Then, she covered her face and ran away. Sob, 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 so embarrassing. Han Xiao was speechless. He suspected that Lu Qian did not hear what he said at all. Han Xiao submitted the application for the construction of the workshop to Feng Jun. Feng Jun passed it on to the higher-ups. Division 13 valued him very much. This reasonable request was quickly approved. The construction team from the engineering department came to expand the repair shop. 2 days later, a new workshop was built beside the repair shop. Division 13 had lent Han Xiao some of the basic equipment as a form of goodwill. Under Han Xiao's request, the machinery workshop had a basement that was used to conduct secret research and act as a warehouse. Li Yalin's promotion was very effective. Within a few days, Many agents had requested to order the retractable knife. Han Xiao did not meet with the customers personally, so he asked Li Lin to transfer the orders for him. Even though the clients were all agents of Division 13, it was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Batch after batch of alloy materials were sent to Han Xiao's workshop. Over the next few days, he had crafted dozens of retractable knives and sold them all, earning a lot of EXP. Han Xiao raised Machinery Affinity Novice to the maximum level and obtained another potential point. The agents were well informed. Through Li Lin's promotion, they all found out that Li Lin's team had recruited a mechanic named Han Xiao. He provided private orders and maintenance services. Orders came in like snowflakes, and Han Xiao was very busy. He could only produce dozens of knives a day, and the EXP he earned in a day was very impressive. Gradually, more EXP appeared on his interface, and his wallet was filled up. In his previous life, manufacturing and selling machines was how mechanics grew. The market was very competitive. Now, Han Xiao had almost monopolized the market. He was the only one who wanted to buy the retractable knife. Monopolizing the market would allow him to earn a lot of money. Han Xiao only planned to sell two types of machines, high-explosive ammunition and the retractable knife. As a favor, Han Xiao sold a lightweight mechanical arm to Li Lin. The sales of the retractable knife were good, but Han Xiao was not optimistic. Although the retractable knife was popular in a short period of time, most people only bought it to try it out. There was a limit to its use, and the customer potential was limited. Also, the retractable knife's technical requirements were too simple. An experienced mechanic would be able to derive the blueprint with a few simple touches. Even with the security measures, the retractable knife would not be easy to replicate. Han Xiao only planned to use the retractable knife to earn some quick money. In comparison, he was more interested in the prospects of the high-explosive ammo. It was easy to use and cheap, and it was a consumable item that could cultivate a stable customer base. The high-explosive ammunition was naturally very secretive. The core was the flammable gas inside the bullet head. Once the bullet head was disassembled, the gas would leak out and burn, and could not be stored stably. Without the refining formula of the blueprint, it was almost impossible to replicate, at least not with Stardragon's current level of technology. Han Xiao planned to accumulate a certain amount of stock before he could find an opportunity to introduce the high-explosive ammunition. He used the money he earned from the retractable knife to buy a large amount of bullet materials. Every day, boxes of high-explosive ammunition were accumulated in the underground warehouse. One day, Old Man Lu and Old Man Gao were playing chess in front of the repair shop again. Han Xiao had just finished a batch of orders. Seeing the situation, he walked up to Old Man Gao and smiled. "Is the prosthetic comfortable?" "Not bad." Old Man Gao smiled and rolled up his sleeves. At this time, he was wearing a prosthetic arm. It was covered with a layer of artificial silicone skin. It looked almost like the real thing. "It's good that you like it. If there's a malfunction, I'll fix it for you." Old Man Gao nodded and smiled. "I heard from Old Man Lu that you've joined Division 13? "Yes, that's true. Young and promising. Work hard and contribute to the country," Old Man Gao said encouragingly. Han Xiao laughed inwardly. Old Man Gao always thought that he did not know his identity. His identity as a member of Division 13 did not need to be hidden. Although the average citizen of Stardragon did not have access to this level of information, it did not prevent them from knowing about the existence of Division 13 and thinking that it was a job with a bright future. Han Xiao nodded and thought about when Old Man Gao would come clean with him. When that time came, should he show some respect and show some surprise? At this time, Feng Jun walked over with a serious face and said to Han Xiao, "Can I have a word with you?" As Han Xiao's contact, Feng Jun had been leading a small team to constantly monitor the surroundings of the repair shop. He was worried that the Germinal organization would find out about Han Xiao. Old Man Gao naturally recognized Feng Jun. He could not help but be curious about why Feng Jun would personally come to see Han Xiao. What happened? Han Xiao followed Feng Jun to the side. Feng Jun said, "The R&D department has their eyes on you." Han Xiao squinted his eyes. "Tell me more." "The R&D department is responsible for developing new weapons. They also have the authority to conduct risk checks on the new weapons used by special agents. They believe that the retractable knife has a risk issue. They want you to submit the retractable knife blueprint for them to check for errors. This is the responsibility of the R&D department. No other department can interfere. So it's my blueprint. Risk check. That's just an excuse." Han Xiao snorted. As long as he submitted the blueprint for inspection, the R&D department would be able to mass-produce the retractable knife tomorrow and turn his blueprint into their achievement. Han Xiao understood the internal situation of Division 13 through Feng Jun. The R&D department and the Internal Affairs department were both hardliners, and they were not friendly to him. The R&D department had a serious bureaucratic habit. They had not invented any new weapons for many years, and their annual budget was getting smaller and smaller. In the eyes of special agents, their status was even lower than that of the logistics department, and they urgently needed achievements to strengthen their position. Thus, they had their eyes on the blueprint, the retractable knife. As long as they had the blueprint, the R&D department only needed to write a report to the higher-ups, and they would be able to convert the blueprint into their own invention and achievement. "What if I don't submit it?" Feng Jun smiled bitterly. "You will be blacklisted by the R&D department, and it will affect your promotion. However, you are different from other special agents. The department values the information you have, so there shouldn't be a big problem. The R&D department can't force you." "That's good. I won't hand over the blueprint." Han Xiao shook his head. Although the market for the retractable knife would be saturated in the future, Han Xiao would not give it up for now. Feng Jun was not surprised. After spending some time together, he had a basic understanding of Han Xiao's character. He was the type that would not be moved by force or persuasion. After the tall old man made a call and understood the situation, his face darkened. "This bunch of bastards who just sit around and do nothing, they're just too good at ruining things." The tall old man valued Han Xiao very much. Under his management, Division 13 and Han Xiao had a good working relationship. However, the R&D department had acted on their own accord and bullied Han Xiao because of their own achievements. They wanted to steal his blueprint, which was simply an act of banditry. Most importantly, it could cause Han Xiao's disgust and ruin his efforts. The tall old man was furious. Chapter 43. That's too much. Li Lin was furious. If Han Xiao's business failed, she would lose her 20% discount. This is the decision of the higher-ups. "We have no right to interfere," Lin Yarrow said helplessly. Lambert wiped the dagger and said, "Why don't we just get rid of the R&D department head?" "Uncle, you can't just say things like that," Lin Yarrow said fearfully. "It's not impossible." Li Lin said thoughtfully. Lin Yarrow was about to cry. "Sister, you don't want to live, but I want to live." Han Xiao had only joined the team a few days ago, but after the incident with Black Spider, Li Lin and the other two had acknowledged Han Xiao as their teammate. They felt that they had to do something. "Why don't we ask Han Xiao what he wants to do?" Lin Yarrow suggested. "His address is confidential. We don't know where he lives, and his phone has been switched off recently," Li Lin said in frustration. "Then what should we do? Should we just watch the R&D department make things difficult for Han Xiao?" "Wait," Lambert said simply. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, a discordant voice sounded. "Hey, little Lin, I heard that your new teammate is in trouble." A short-haired beauty was leaning against the door of the meeting room with her arms crossed, looking at the three of them with a gloating expression. Her skin was very white, and her lips were painted a deep red, like a rose that was about to wither. She wore a black rivet collar around her neck, and wore a tight purple one-piece uniform. Her short hair should have been delicate and cute, but it matched with her flirtatious temperament. Although she wasn't tall, her aura was more than a little stronger than Li Lin's. The number of people turning their heads on the street was definitely higher than Li Lin's. Li Yalин's face immediately darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Scheming Su, are you here to provoke us?" The short-haired beauty Di Su was not offended. She giggled and said, "This is the headquarters. Do you dare to do anything?" Di Su and Li Yalin were known to not get along well. They had known each other for more than 10 years, and their grudges could be traced back to their childhood. Both of them were apprentices at the same martial arts dojo. Every time they tested or competed, Di Su would always be the first, while Li Yalin's performance was very ordinary. Every time they tested, Li Yalin would always be defeated by Di Su. Li Yalin would then become the human background to accentuate Di Su's talent. Until today, Li Yalin could still recall the time when Di Su was obviously proud of herself, but she pretended to be humble and received encouragement from the teachers in the training hall. Compared to the teachers in the training hall who gave Di Su pointers and encouragement, the conversations between her and her teachers could be summarized in 5 sentences. "Hello, teacher." "Hello." Usually, when saying this, the teacher would think for a few seconds and then show an apologetic smile. "I have a question that I would like to ask. It's all in the book. If you still don't understand, you can ask Di Su. Goodbye, teacher." Therefore, every time Li Yalin thought about it, she would be so angry. She felt like she was a puppy that was abandoned in the heavy rain. She walked on the street alone in the storm and looked at the meat and bones in the butcher's shop window pitifully. Then, she was kicked away by the impatient owner and continued to walk in the rain. That kind of sadness and jealousy was not something that could be shared with outsiders. "I don't care. Anyway, this is how it should be." Later on, both of them were specially recruited by Division 13 at the same time and were assigned to different teams. History repeated itself. Di Su's team was much better than Li Yalin's and became one of the trump cards of the Secret Operations Department. What she hated the most was that Di Su would always appear in front of her and shamelessly call her little Lin Lin. "Since when did I become so close to you?" From Li Yalin's point of view, Di Su was purposely showing her magnanimity, which made her very annoyed. Di Su laughed lightly and said, "Haha, I heard that you have recruited a new member, so I came to take a look." "Where is he? Don't tell me he's hiding because he's shy." Li Yalin's face turned cold. "He's not here. Get lost. Seems like I made a wasted trip. But it's understandable. He's been targeted by those bureaucrats in the research department. Your new member must be in a terrible situation right now." Li Yalin's face turned green. She bared her teeth like a puppy and said, "Get lost. I don't want to see you. You're so heartless. We're childhood sweethearts." Di Su curled her lips and gave Lin Yaro a charming smile. She then walked away, swaying her hips. "What childhood sweetheart? You should at least have some awareness of being an archenemy." Li Yalin was very angry. She turned around and saw Lin Yaro staring at Di Su's back with a mesmerized expression. She was instantly enraged. She grabbed Lin Yaro and yelled in his ear, "I'm such a beauty right beside you. Why don't you look at me? Why are you staring at that scheming girl?" Lin Yaro trembled in fear. But she smiled at me. "Answer me properly. Am I prettier or is that scheming girl prettier?" Li Yalin's eyes flashed dangerously. Lin Yaro hesitated for a long time and said guiltily, "I think Sister Su is gentler than you." "Haha, little sparrowhawk, it seems like your sense of beauty needs to be corrected violently. Drink up." Crash. Lambert stabilized the trembling cup and calmly called the medical department. "Get me a doctor from the orthopedics department." Han Xiao's refusal to hand in the blueprint was within the expectations of the research department. Thus, they released the news that they were buying the retractable knife at a high price. For a mechanic, handing over the blueprint was equivalent to letting others control their lifeline. They would lose their technological advantage. Once the major organizations obtained the blueprint and mass-produced it, the original owner of the blueprint would have nothing to do with it. Han Xiao's order was only for a small group of people. They could only take care of the members of the Covert Operations Department. After the R&D department obtained the blueprint, they would hand it over to the military factory and distribute the equipment for free. Whether it was the covert operations department, the field department, the police department, or the military, they would all benefit from this. This was the source of the R&D department's confidence. Although the R&D department had not produced any new products for a long time, they did not lack professional insight. In their opinion, the retractable knife would replace the military knife, the dagger, and the baton as the new generation of melee weapons. As for Han Xiao's interests, the R&D department did not consider them. Regardless of the R&D department's interests to the country, the hardliners did not like him and did not care about Han Xiao's opinion at all. It was too soft to cooperate with an informant. In their opinion, they should control him and force him to give up all the information he wanted. The conservatives had a completely different opinion. They did not want to make things difficult for Han Xiao over a blueprint for a normal melee weapon. They firmly believed that Han Xiao was a person worth roping in. At the same time, they sneered at the hardliners' way of doing things. Control him? What if he did not want to give up any information? Torture him? What if he was not afraid? Would he be able to get something out of a heavy punishment? That made sense, but it also depended on the person. In the past, they had captured so many germinal organization members, but only 1/10 of them had told the truth. This had almost caused Division 13 to fall into their trap several times. After a short period of contact, Han Xiao did not seem like a person who was easy to talk to. You let others see no hope, and you expect them to cooperate with you. If you act so recklessly, it will be easy for you to turn the tables on us. That was why the conservatives were very angry. Both parties were working well together, but the hardliners just had to play along with them. What a bunch of old fogies. Did they still think that it was the same as before? The era of controlling the life and death of one's subordinates was over. There were countless elites who had lost their country. The Six Nations were recruiting talents under the banner of better treatment and more relaxed requirements. It was almost no different from the recruitment of commercial companies. The actions of the hardliners were completely destroying their own future in the eyes of the conservatives. Furthermore, it was not that there were no other mechanics in the department. Such actions of stealing from others had a very bad influence. The problem was that those mechanics were all nurtured by the country, and they were very willing to hand in their blueprints. The department would compensate them, but Han Xiao refused to hand them in. Some of the higher-ups thought that he was not loyal at all, and the hardliners were even more disgusted. However, what era was it now? Emphasizing loyalty would only scare away those talents who had lost their country. They were not from the country in the first place. If you talked about patriotism and loyalty to others, they would have already done you the best they could. Don't forget, the Six Nations were the main culprits behind the destruction of other countries. There was no way to clear that name. However, since Division 13 had divided the scope of authority, unless the higher-ups directly interfered, no one could interfere with the R&D department's exercise of authority. The attitude of the higher-ups was very vague, as if they were waiting and watching. Those with a discerning eye knew that once the retractable knife was handed in, they would be offending Han Xiao. The Secret Service agents who bought the retractable knife were all thinking about whether it was worth it. Furthermore, the R&D department's actions of stealing from their own people made many people feel disdain. Their table manners were a little too arrogant. These agents were not aware of Han Xiao's special identity, and they all felt that it was too much to force an ordinary mechanic to do so. However, some external agents did not care if they offended others. Profit was the most important thing. Krat was the agent who bought the retractable knife. He was the first to sell the retractable knife to the R&D department. He asked for 30,000 yuan, which was 30 times the original price. In the end, the R&D department agreed. Krat's thinking was very simple. This kind of money was so easy to get, and it would be stupid not to earn it. He sneered at his colleagues who were too cautious. He was just a small mechanic. When the R&D department started mass-producing the retractable knife, what use would there be for him? There was no need to worry about offending him at all. After all, He would not be able to use him in the future. In the R&D department, the secretary and Luo Xian were looking at the retractable knife in front of them. Luo Xian, are you confident in deriving the blueprint? Chapter 44. Luo Xian looked at it for a while and said with disdain, "The technology is crude, and there is no confidentiality. It's easy to derive the blueprint. Then I'll leave it to you. As long as you complete this mission, we will poach you from the logistics department and give you higher treatment and authority." Luo Xian smiled with satisfaction. After the unfair treatment last time, he felt that the logistics department had no future. Why was Han Xiao specially recruited while he could only wait for seniority? Therefore, he decided to join the hardliners and be transferred to the research and development department. As long as he could enter the eyes of the higher-ups, his future would be bright. Sooner or later, he would be able to receive the same treatment as Han Xiao. Solving the retractable knife was an opportunity to show his ability, and Luo Xian valued this very much. He was still brooding over the fact that he could not solve the lightweight mechanical arm last time. This time, he could not wait to compete with Han Xiao. Ever since he had his own workshop, Han Xiao had moved out of the repair shop and started to live the life of a single dog that he had missed for a long time. Nominally, he was still an employee of the repair shop, helping Lu Qian with the daily orders of the repair shop. Due to the previous misunderstanding, Lu Qian was much more relaxed now that they did not have to meet face to face. Hiss! When the furnace was opened, high-temperature steam gushed out. Han Xiao, who was wearing a high-temperature uniform, used a pair of tongs to pick up pieces of red-hot steel from the furnace. Under the current conditions, Han Xiao had two ways to make the blade. The first was the normal way of smelting, heating the steel and then hammering it on the anvil many times to gradually shape it. The second way was to use a high-temperature furnace to heat the steel until it was red-hot, then use a machine to press it directly into the shape of a blade. Both methods had their own advantages. The first method was fine, while the second method was more efficient and could be mass-produced. The selling point of the retractable knife was its portability and secrecy. Han Xiao did not want to make a famous knife, so he chose the more efficient direct press. These steels were all stored by Division 13, and they were of high quality. Han Xiao sprayed the steels with a chemical to remove the oxides. He then calcined the steels once more before placing the red-hot steels on the stamping lathe and starting the machine. In the booming sound of the press, the steel was formed into pieces of sharp blades. Next, Han Xiao carried out the crucial folding process. This was a delicate work that required the use of chains and magnets. Han Xiao was very familiar with the process. Soon, a batch of 10 retractable sabers was produced. Repeated manufacturing of the same type of machine would also decrease the experience. Manufacturing experience would not disappear like assembling, but would fluctuate in a very low value range. Using the equipment to complete the construction of machinery would reduce the EXP. After reaching the advanced level, it was unavoidable for mechanics to assemble their own production lines and lathes. Han Xiao had not reached this stage yet, so he still had to polish or buy some parts himself. Every time he forged a retractable knife, he would gain 100-200 EXP. The retractable knife blueprint had been upgraded to LV2, and the final product's attributes had increased slightly. Han Xiao took off his heat-resistant suit and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He counted the sabers and completed a few more orders. How wonderful! At this time, the phone rang with the old-fashioned ringtone. It was Li Lin. Not good, all the agents we ordered before are requesting to cancel their orders. Han Xiao was stunned. What happened? The R&D department has derived the blueprint of the retractable knife and has already submitted the report to the higher-ups. They requested for the R&D department's stamp to be stamped. They also released news that they will be mass-produced soon and supplied to the various departments. Li Lin sounded depressed. The R&D department valued performance, and what they wanted was the right to invent the blueprint. Supplying equipment was free. Therefore, although the agents despised the R&D department's actions, they still cancelled their orders for Han Xiao. The new batch of retractable knives that he had just forged was not selling well. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. He did not expect the R&D department to steal their own business. Due to the uniqueness of the retractable knife, confidentiality measures were unnecessary. Han Xiao had a premonition that there would be replicas, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. The profits that he had received so far were still far from his expectations. Although the retractable knife would be saturated in the future, it could still bring him a lot of benefits at this stage. However, the R&D department had interfered and cut off his source of income. If he had chosen to submit the blueprint, he might have been able to increase his faction's contribution points, but he would also lose his source of experience. The R&D department obviously did not count towards his contribution points for stealing the blueprint. This was a hindrance to his growth in many ways. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and dialed Feng Jun's number. "Do you know about this?" Feng Jun sighed. "The R&D department is really daring. Although the higher-ups have not reviewed the R&D department's report, they have already started the assembly line production of the retractable knife. Tell me the details." Feng Jun had no choice but to tell him the details. Han Xiao remembered the names of Krat and Luo Xian. What did the R&D department say? They did not make any announcement. Han Xiao's face was calm. As expected of the hardliners, they did not even bother to explain to him, the original owner of the blueprint. What they were implying was that he had to bear with it. However, he did not know how the old man would react. This time, the R&D department had acted on their own accord, and the higher-ups would not be kept in the dark. The reason why they had not reviewed the R&D department's report was probably because they wanted to test his attitude. If he chose to take a step back, would Division 13's policy towards him become tougher? The hardliners want to pressure me, while the conservatives want to work with me. The higher-ups will not support the R&D department. As long as I make a big deal out of this without crossing the line, the higher-ups will compromise and compensate me to a certain extent. There is a lot of room for maneuvering. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps this was a chance to obtain the advancement knowledge. Advancement knowledge was treated as a secret by Stardragon and was strictly controlled. Han Xiao had always been worried about how to complete the advancement mission, and this was a good opportunity. A simple plan gradually formed in his mind. Taking my things and not caring about the consequences. If I don't make you suffer, you will really think that I am easy to bully. R&D department. The secretary said, "Haha, it's all thanks to you this time. No wonder you are the ace of the logistics department." Luo Xian smiled faintly to hide his pride. "The director values you very much. He has already obtained your resume from the logistics department and recorded it in the database. You will be transferred to our R&D department. I wonder how I will be treated. The director has specifically instructed that you will be leading a team by yourself, and your authority will be increased by 1 level. As long as you work hard, the higher-ups will notice you sooner or later." Luo Xian smiled and asked, "I heard that Han Xiao is highly valued by the higher-ups. Will he be in trouble?" "Don't worry, I know a little inside information." Han Xiao can only swallow his anger. The secretary recalled the fearless words of the R&D department head. Chapter 45. The conflict between the R&D department and Han Xiao had become a hot topic within Division 13. The members of the various departments did not know about Han Xiao's background and thought that he was just an ordinary mechanic without any backing. How would he dare to go against the organization? The next few days were peaceful, and Han Xiao did not make any moves. The members of Division 13 thought that Han Xiao had decided to swallow his anger and keep the peace. Although they knew that it was because he had no choice, they could not help but underestimate Han Xiao. The attitude of the R&D department had also surprised everyone. Although the R&D department's inventions were often criticized, they had always followed the rules and regulations. Why were they so aggressive this time? Li Yalin had been surrounded by the strange gazes of the agents for the past few days. She was so angry that her scalp was numb. Furthermore, she could not get through to Han Xiao's phone, so she could only sulk alone. The rumors spread like wildfire, but Han Xiao did not stay idle these days. He had earned nearly 100,000 aquamarine dollars from selling the retractable knives. After deducting the cost of the high-explosive bullets, he still had 70,000 aquamarine dollars left. Han Xiao used 30,000 aquamarine dollars to buy a batch of materials for the retractable knives. In the past few days, he had been forging a large batch of retractable knives, a total of 100 of them. This should be enough. Han Xiao found a box and stored all the retractable knives. He put on a mask to cover his face and headed to District 8 to look for an arms dealer. Blue Star's society was turbulent, and war could break out at any time. The Six Nations had implemented gun control and prohibited the sale of guns to civilians. Without a special identity, weapons could not be passed through the city's checkpoints. The same applied to players. The Six Nations had their own factions, and players would often receive missions to cause trouble or assassinate other nations. Most of the time, they would buy weapons from the local arms dealers or ask them to transport them. The location of every arms dealer and intelligence dealer was valuable information gathered by countless players in his previous life. In an important city like the Western capital, Han Xiao knew the ins and outs of the arms dealers very well. He had found Matthews, a veteran arms dealer. His backer was the Fabian Group, which specialized in selling arms. Their business was huge, and they bought and sold to various countries, warlords, and forces. They even had channels to get missiles, tanks, and fighter jets. An arms dealer like the Fabian Corporation was very popular in this chaotic world. Their biggest customers were the wandering warlords, and even the Six Nations would occasionally order from them. Matthews was happy to receive suppliers, and Han Xiao met with Matthews without a hitch. He took out this batch of retractable knives, explained how to operate them in detail, and expressed his intention to sell them. Naturally, Matthew could see the advantages of the retractable knife. Although melee weapons were not very popular, the retractable knife's advantages were its stealth and surprise. It would definitely be favored by the intelligence agencies of various countries. Can you provide a long-term supply? Han Xiao smiled. Are you interested in buying blueprints? Matthews was stunned. Blueprints were a mechanic's livelihood, and controlling the blueprints was equivalent to controlling the supply. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no mechanic would sell their blueprints. Matthews was ecstatic. He thought that he had met an ignorant fool, so he suppressed his excitement and said, "Name a price." "There are 100 retractable knives here. 5,000 each, and $1 million for the blueprints." Matthews gasped. 5,000 for a handful? $1 million for the blueprints? Why don't you go rob a bank? That's the price. Matthews immediately swallowed the thought of bargaining and frowned as he thought about the benefits. Han Xiao was very calm. He was confident that Matthew would agree. The blueprint of the retractable knife was not worth much, but this was a good opportunity. He could sell the blueprint directly without feeling any heartache and resell it to other organizations. There was a sizable profit to be made, and he could also sell a large number of retractable knives as a bundle, just like what Han Xiao was doing now. This business could only be done once, but if he could provide the blueprints to multiple customers at the same time, the other forces would not have time to inquire about the blueprints, and he could make a huge profit. The Fabian Group happened to have such conditions, as they had many customer channels. Matthews thought it through and nodded. Deal. Matthews was rich and generous. He got someone to open a darknet account with $1.5 million in it and personally handed the account slip to Han Xiao. The banks of the Six Nations were not connected, and darknet accounts were designated for transactions in the underground world. They could be used anywhere in the world and were highly confidential. Han Xiao logged into the account on the spot and entered his fingerprint, iris, and password before tearing up the account slip. "If you have any more business in the future, remember to look for me." Matthews took out a black and gold card. "This is the VIP card of the Fabian Group. We have strongholds in most cities. If you need weapons, they will provide you with the best service." Han Xiao took the card and kept it. Being an arms dealer was also a sales channel, and he would not be limited to Stardragon's intelligence agencies. When he was fully developed, he would leave Stardragon. It would be helpful to have a good relationship with these arms dealers. Money was only one aspect of Han Xiao's needs. He needed experience in manufacturing machinery more than anything else. If Division 13 had chosen to buy his blueprints from him, Han Xiao would have considered it and might have agreed. However, the Research and Development Department had no intention of doing business with him. It seemed like he was being targeted, but in fact, Han Xiao knew that he was just a bridge between the two factions. He was not interested in those messy interests and political leanings. He only cared about the profits that he could get. Although Han Xiao wanted to make money peacefully, he would not back down if someone came knocking on his door. Han Xiao smiled to himself. Since the research department had taken away the invention rights of the retractable knife, they had to bear the corresponding responsibility. What was that saying again? If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear the weight. Well, it did not seem appropriate to use it here. Anyway, the meaning was more or less the same. The voices of the higher-ups would not be unanimous. Perhaps the conservatives were holding back their anger, and he had only provided the ammunition. If he was an ordinary agent of Division 13, his current actions would have hurt both sides. Unfortunately, he was not Old Man Gao, to think that I gave you a bionic prosthetic limb for free. You better work harder. The head of the Research and Development Department was in high spirits these few days. When he met the head of the Intelligence Department in the corridor, he was the first to speak. The person you chose to work with is just a coward. If we were a little more forceful, he would have compromised. If it were up to me, we should seize the opportunity to capture him and interrogate him for all the information he has. The head of the Intelligence Department was not angry. He had a strange look in his eyes as he patted the head of the Research and Development Department on his shoulder. Good luck. The head of the Research and Development Department was puzzled. Good luck. What did he mean? He did not have to wonder for long. He soon understood. The director had called him to the office for a private talk, so the head of the Research and Development Department rushed over. Director, you're looking for me? The Research and Development Department's report was approved yesterday. The retractable knife is now your invention. The head of the Research and Development Department was overjoyed. Thank you for your trust. The director smiled faintly and said, Don't be so happy so early. What's wrong? The head of the Research and Development Department thought that he had guessed the thoughts of the higher-ups. Don't worry about Han Xiao's reaction. He wants to hug the thighs of Division 13. We can do whatever we want to him. He won't dare to cause trouble. Oh, is that what you think? The head of the Research and Development Department nodded. That's good. The director laughed and took out another document. Suddenly, he threw it at the head of the Research and Development Department and said sternly, You are suspected of abusing your authority and selling firearms. You disappoint me. The head of the Research and Development Department was dumbfounded. What the hell? Reselling arms? Chapter 46. The head of the Research and Development Department hurriedly read through the document. Suddenly, his vision turned black and he almost lost his balance. The report clearly stated that the blueprint of the retractable knife had been leaked. As the inventor of the retractable knife, the Research and Development Department would definitely be the scapegoat. The head of the Research and Development Department said angrily, This is not my doing. It must be that little bastard Han Xiao. He is obviously trying to frame us for revenge. Everyone in the bureau knows that the blueprint was originally his. He hates us for cracking the blueprint. Director, you must clarify this matter with the higher-up. The report states that the Research and Development Department owns the invention rights of the retractable knife. This is your responsibility, the director said firmly. The head of the Research and Development Department suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He completely understood. Reviewing the report and reselling firearms happened on the same day. This was too obvious. The higher-ups were supporting Han Xiao. The conservatives were taking action. At first, the higher-ups were not in a hurry to deal with the report. First of all, the higher-ups were divided into hardline and conservative factions. They would not immediately jump out to stand up for Han Xiao. This was also an opportunity to test the waters. They could see what Han Xiao would do when his interests were damaged. If Han Xiao swallowed his anger and took a step back, then the higher-ups would adjust the cooperation plan. They would pressure Han Xiao step back and squeeze all the benefits out of him. If Han Xiao chose to cause trouble, as long as he did not cross the line, for example, he wanted to stop the cooperation, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye and tolerate Han Xiao's actions. Han Xiao purposely used a simple and crude method to frame the higher-ups. He wanted to tell them, "I am very unhappy. Are you going to watch me get bullied or help me vent my anger? Here, I have already given you the excuse." The higher-ups did not know whether to laugh or cry. They knew that the Research and Development Department was wrongly accused, but they were happy to cooperate with Han Xiao. They immediately reviewed the report of the Research and Development Department and let them take the blame. This was to appease Han Xiao's emotions. They were now in the honeymoon period of cooperation. Don't be angry because of this small matter. They would help you vent your anger. Most importantly, the higher-ups wanted to take this opportunity to knock some sense into the Research and Development Department. Han Xiao's retractable knife was originally going to be sold to Division 13. Even though the production capacity was a little low, it was still exclusive to Division 13. However, due to the greed of the R&D department, they had cut off Han Xiao's sales halfway. As a result, Han Xiao had sold the blueprint to an arms dealer. Due to Han Xiao's special status, it was not appropriate for the higher-ups to hold Han Xiao accountable. They were in the wrong in this matter. After all, the blueprints belonged to Han Xiao, and he did not say that he would give them to Division 13 for free. The R&D department had encroached on his profits, forcing him to find another way to cut his losses. If it had been a normal agent, they would have sent him to court-martial and expelled him from Division 13. However, they couldn't do that to Han Xiao. He had just joined Division 13, and Division 13 still needed Han Xiao's information. Moreover, Han Xiao had not touched the bottom line of the higher-ups. The higher-ups did not know whether Han Xiao was a blind cat that hit a dead mouse or if he had really grasped their bottom line. If they held Han Xiao accountable, it would have a negative impact. What would the other agents think? Once they formed the impression that they were bullying their customers, the impact would be worse than losing the blueprint of a new weapon. This was something that the higher-ups did not want to see. The R&D department had actually dared to ignore the big picture for their own personal gain and caused such trouble. They had crossed the bottom line of the higher-ups. The R&D department had immediately understood that the higher-ups were determined to take him down. His heart sank. This time, he had helped the hardliners find a way out, and he was afraid that he would be hurt badly. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that this guy was a hedgehog, he would not have provoked Han Xiao for the sake of more funds promised by the hardliners in the 7-seat committee. This was a huge loss. Being suspected of selling arms would only be a warning from the higher-ups, and it would not be serious enough to get him shot. However, there would definitely be a stain on his political career. From now on, his achievements would be halved. Yellow mud fell into his pants. Even if it was not Sh*T, it was Sh*T. The R&D department head roared in his heart, "Han Xiao, you are AF** King Sinkhole." The rumor of the R&D department head being suspected of selling arms spread like wildfire, and it completely stunned everyone in Division 13. The R&D department head was suspected of selling arms, and his punishment was only a suspension of pay. This kind of punishment was extremely strange. Normally, he would be fired from his position, imprisoned, or directly executed. Thus, everyone naturally linked this to Han Xiao. Everyone was shocked. A few days ago, Han Xiao had not said anything, and they all thought that Han Xiao was scared. Now, it seemed like it was the calm before the storm. This is a setup, right? He really dared to do this. The higher-ups are actually backing him up. What surprised them the most was the attitude of the higher-ups. They did not pursue Han Xiao's responsibility, and Han Xiao suddenly became unfathomable in their hearts. He always wore a mask in the headquarters and did not show his face to anyone. Perhaps only the higher-ups knew his identity. The R&D department head had really hit the nail on the head this time. The happiest person was Lee Ya-lin. She only felt that she could hold her head high and proudly show off in front of Di Su. However, Di Su was not angry at all. Instead, she was interested in Han Xiao. Xiao Lin's new teammate. Who is he? The R&D department head was extremely sullen. He was warned not to repeat this action, so he could not find trouble with Han Xiao. He could only vent his anger on his subordinates. Luo Xian was the first to bear the brunt. The promised increase in authority did not count, and Luo Xian was casually thrown aside as an ordinary researcher. B*****. Luo Xian's face contorted. His treatment was even worse than when he was in the logistics department. His colleagues in the R&D department often pointed fingers at him behind his back, and what they said was definitely not good words. This made him very sullen. He wanted to look for the head secretary, but the secretary refused to see him at all. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. This time, his action of deciphering the retractable knife did not meet his expectations at all. Instead, he got himself into trouble. Now, he could not even go back to the logistics department. Unfair. Why are the higher-ups protecting Han Xiao? How am I worse than him? Luo Xian gritted his teeth in anger. The next day, Han Xiao received a notification from Feng Jun that the higher-ups wanted to mediate for him. Seeing that I am so daring and stubborn, they decided to continue the previous gentle cooperation. The higher-ups came out to mediate and pushed all the blame to the R&D department head. Not only did they let him test my attitude, but they also used mediation to mend their relationship with me. What a good plan. Han Xiao shook his head. Although the R&D department was warned, the retractable knife was already taken away and was being supplied in large quantities. This was also the reason why the higher-ups decided to compensate him. It was a good opportunity to raise conditions. Moreover, this was probably the only chance. In the future, the hardliners would definitely not test him so easily. The advancement mission depended on this one time. Han Xiao came to the headquarters wearing a mask and was led by Feng Jun all the way to the director's office. 3 people were waiting there. The director, the R&D department head, and an old man with his back facing everyone. Jiyu Hui, Star Dragon Strategic Defense Bureau Executive Director. The director introduced himself. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This name, Jiyu Hui said in a low voice, someone wants to see you. The old man turned around with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Han Xiao put on a shocked expression. Tall old man. The tall old man laughed. You didn't expect this, did you? Who are you? Han Xiao put on an awkward expression and nodded stiffly. He felt like he was back in time to the night of the Germinal organization's brainwashing. You just need to know that I can interfere with the decisions of Division 13. Don't be nervous. I noticed you a long time ago. You gave me a good impression. Done. Collect. Han Xiao returned to his expressionless face in the blink of an eye. The tall old man felt that Han Xiao had calmed down too quickly. He did not know whether it was an illusion or not, but he looked at him again and said slowly, Tell me, how do you want to solve this matter? P.S. Thank you to Shui Jingtian, Wu Yi, Feng Zuying, manager of the Divine Tribulation for your tip. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.